Hello, welcome to this video, which is It's Hard to Be Human, a sequel to It's Okay to Be Human, and this is the fourth iteration of this video. I'll get into that in a second, but first I want to iterate, be kind and respectful to others. The opinions in this video are obviously my opinions, so you don't have to agree with them. So yeah, they're my opinions. So you don't have to agree with them. I just want to put them out there and do consider, listening to them. If you're going to have a discussion in the comment section below, do be civil and, try and be, understanding and respectful and, kind to others. I don't mean any offense to any groups that I mention, in this video. Like, I'm, autistic, so, I'm technically a part of one of the groups, I'll probably mention a few times during this video, seeing it's 4.5 hours long, and I know that because, again, fourth iteration, because I've done 3 iterations and I want each iteration in the video because I'm, made mistakes during those videos, and you can see, my mistakes and how I learnt from each iteration. I want it to be all public because it shows, my growth, and it shows, people can make mistakes, but as long as they learn and grow, like, from those mistakes, they, become better people, and I'm always trying to become a better person. So I've done this video, 4 times at this point because I felt like some things were missed with each iteration, and despite, iteration 1 was created with the purpose to be, good and helpful, I still feel like I made mistakes, so I did iteration 2. But then I felt like I made, like, some mistakes, well, not as many mistakes, but, like, I felt like I missed things. That was my mistake with, iteration 2. I felt like I missed things. So then I did iteration 3. But I didn't want to, get rid of the prior iterations because I want every theme to be covered in this video. So it's just been a long, ongoing process where I keep doing iterations to, make this video better and better, but also show, my mistakes as a person, which, was a part of, It's Okay to Be Human video, which I do highly recommend watching after watching this video. If you only watch the first 5 minutes or watch the whole, 4.5 hours plus, But so I don't mean to offend anyone, but it's inevitable that someone, may be, offended. Like, one thing with, like, people today, and not to be that kind of a person, is people sometimes, get angry way too easily these days, like, over, like, the most minuscule things that really don't really matter. I mean, if you're passionate about it, like, yeah, sure, it's okay to give your opinion because, you should be able to give your opinion. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying people are just too, that that they overreact to things like, and I guess they'll never be truthfully gone no matter what is done. Like, there'll always be people like that, so there'll always be people that are offended at the tiniest of things, so no matter what I do or say, like, it will not make a difference in the world. But I'm just saying, like, it happens, so I just guess I've got to live with it, and, we've got to, coexist. Everyone has to coexist on this one world. We don't have another world to exist on, so we gotta exist together. I mean, the billions of cells in our body coexist together. Why can't humanity do the same? Like, Cassie, you're really ruining the moment. Thank you, Cassie. But yeah, like, if the billions of cells in our body can coexist, why can't humanity do the same, It's just, I don't know, maybe things will never change, but I want to be hopeful rather than pessimistic, but I'm also realistic, that, there'll always be, people like that, like, and then nothing that can be done, not to be pessimistic, but it is what it is. But I'm hopeful in time things will get better. So I'm a bit of a weird person because I have both optimism, but also kind of pessimism, but also realism all at once. Like, I don't even know what you would refer it to as, because I'm optimistic about things, but then I can be pessimistic about things, and then other things I'll just be realistic. So mainly I'm a realist, but I still, am very optimistic at times, so it's a bit of a weird mishmash in my personality that I'm multiple things, but I guess it is what it is. I'm a weird mishmash of a person, but I guess that makes me me, and no one else can be me, which, is a great thing, about, humans. We're all unique, despite our flaws, we're all unique, and no one is, not important, everyone, has, importance in their own way, whether they realize it or not. Each person is unique, so each person, can, do something that's, unique to them. Like, I definitely know what my thing is, doing a crazy amount of videos beyond any realistic standard, because, I scheduled at one point 650 YouTube videos, which is quite an accomplishment, it has diminished greatly since then, only at over 400 at the time of, recording this fourth iteration. But, it's, a testament to, how much effort I've put into my, work through, my characters and videos, and and I want this video to potentially, help people, to potentially get out there and help. But you never know if it'll actually make a significant difference or not, unless, it gets a lot of views. That's really the only indication of potential good, but you don't really see it, behind the screens, like, like with charity, you don't know sometimes how far your donations are going, and as we've seen before, some charities don't crack up what they're supposed to be, like recently with, the completionist, charities still holding on to a lot of money for a long time, just sitting there without actually going to the cause of, dementia. So sometimes money, doesn't end up where you may want it to be, and it's unfortunate. But at least one thing I now know is how to check if a like charity organization is potentially legit, because the like IRS like charity files are public. Like you can find specific charities. I found this through Mudahar's like video, also known as Some Ordinary Gamers. But his video showed like how you can search up a thing for if a charity is actually legit or not. So that's very helpful. The one thing it doesn't really account for is if a charity is, in another country, not America, because I'm pretty certain, IRS, it's only American thing, so yeah. Like that wouldn't account for like me, I'm Australian, so it'd be, the Australian taxation office, the ATO. So I don't know, how I would check, an Australian charity, like I'm not even certain if, the ATO would be similar, but possibly. I have no idea. I will have to find out myself, actually have to do research, but this video, like many of my other videos, is unscripted. Just my thoughts, flowing, and yeah. And I feel like now that I'm being like self perspective, even now, like as I do this fourth iteration, I feel like I'm making the mistake of talking about me too much in this iteration. That there's never going to be a perfect iteration of this video, no matter how hard I try. like, no matter how hard I try, you know, that there's no perfect solution to, you know, doing a video like this where I want help, but, you know, I honestly, you know, don't know what will, you know, get it out there. All I can do is hope, really. In the end of the day, that's all I can do, you know. And yeah, hopefully it comes out at the right time. And I'm glad that my insane schedule meant there was time to do multiple iterations for this video. Otherwise, I feel like if it was just iteration 1, it would have been enough. Like, despite my failures with each iteration, that I feel like I've failed, like, that the failures of each iteration, like, I'm still proud of, like, my work, you know, that I at least discussed these many topics on my mind, and yeah. And sorry, you're gonna see me introduce myself 3 more, like, times, and I'm technically going to, you know, pass it back to, you know, the previous, you know, iteration 3 times. So iteration, you know, 4, this current one, to iteration 3, iteration 3 to iteration 2, then iteration 2 to iteration 1. You're also going to see me conclude 3 times. Once, in actually technically twice in iteration 1, because I in iteration 1 I ended it, but then added a small part to iteration 1, so technically it'd be iteration 1.5 for the ending bit of iteration 1, but yeah, that part I talked about charity, but that part was not about why I talked about charity right now, like just before. Like, that was just me saying in general, like, hey, consider potentially, you know, helping out with charities. But that was back in August of August 25th. So yeah, so it was way before the completionist thing, or me actually thinking more critically about charity. So yeah, but yeah, and the but yeah, I conclude again in that part. And the third conclusion is I want to do in this 4th iteration like epilogue bit, because I was going to do one with iteration 3, but I didn't end up doing it because I got through quite a lot of my points that I wanted to make in iteration 3 within like the first 30 minutes of like the video, so I thought it wouldn't reach an hour and a half, which has been the rough amount of time, rough estimate amount of time you know, each iteration has gone. Not this iteration. Iteration 4 will be the exception for the most part. But yeah, you know, it's still like already 21 minutes I've been speaking, like about 21 minutes in this iteration, so you know, this video now may be like 5 hours long, so yeah. And I wanted my big project, the SCP, Secret Lab as Michael the SCP guy, you know, movie to be 5 hours, so yeah, I guess it's going to be a tad bit longer now, because I want it to be, you know, a big thing, to be like a sort of final, you know, big like ending for Michael the SCP God in Secret Lab, or I guess a beginning of a new renewal of the series. I don't know what it's honestly going to be, if it's going to technically be a big end or a start of a new thing. I guess only time will tell, but yeah, yeah, I definitely want that to be a big project, but yeah, 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 but yeah, I should leave it back to iteration 3 me now. Sorry, I talked about myself a lot. Now I'm gonna have to make a prologue to this. So should I, you know, like, I don't know, honestly. Like, it might be pointless to make a prologue of sorts to this, just to be like, hey, skip like you know, 23 minutes into the video, like for the actual important stuff, you know. It might be pointless because I've already done this, you know. Yeah, again, iteration 2 is to make up for iteration 1, iteration 3 is to make up for iteration 2, and even iteration 4 has its mistakes. That there's no way to perfectly do this, because there'll always be at least one mistake, and the mistake in this version is I spoke too long about myself primarily, but I did mention the charity thing, and yeah, and did start the intro like how I wanted it, but maybe it's just, you know, pointless to, you know, go back. There's the pessimism. I don't know how to do this video, like, as much as I try, I don't know. And maybe I'll never know how to do it. This was the hardest one of probably what will be a trilogy, because in the third iteration I figured out what will probably be the third one, is that we forget to be human, and there'll probably be points that I want to make for that video. But yeah, I think this has been enough of me. I'm gonna hand off to Past Me before I keep jabbering I won't create a prologue. It's just worthless. But there will be an epilogue, just so that I can have my final thoughts and put my final thoughts at the end of the video if you watch through all the video. But yeah, that'll be it from this version of me. Back to Aeration 3 of me. The me that didn't spend too long blabbering about things. So yeah, back to past me. Welcome to It's Hard to Be Human, Aeration 3. We'll get into why it's Aeration 3 later, but let's cover some base things first, like just be kind. The opinions in this video are just my opinions. If you want to disagree with my opinions, you can go ahead and do that. Everyone should have their own opinions, so yeah, you can do that. Just keep it civil if you're gonna disagree, and try and respect other people's opinions. So yeah, if you do have any discussions in the comment section below, try and respect other people's opinions and understand why their opinions may be that way. So yeah, just be kind. Just respect everyone's opinions, and yeah, I think that's all I need to mention right out of the gate immediately. So feel free to skip around in the video. But yeah, welcome to It's Hard to Be Human. So in this video, I'm gonna cover why it's hard to be human, and as you may notice, this video is already really long. I'm not certain how long it'll be because again, this is the third iteration. This is the third time I'm adding on to it because it started with one just to do it. I did the second iteration because I felt like I didn't exactly succeed with the first, so I did a second iteration. Now we're at the third iteration, which brings me to the first point, which is the human condition. Which human condition is, we always focus on the negative more than the positive. Like, we focus more on, the bad things rather than the good things. And I think the length of this video really demonstrates that aptly, because I've done this 3 times because I feel like I've, failed doing this video correctly, but I still want to, keep those originals within the video just to show my points, even though I may be, reiterating some of the stuff over and over again, just that I want my points clear, and also I want to show, another part of the human condition is that we're always contradicting ourselves, we're always changing as, people, we always change through our life, and that's very demonstrated through the 3 iterations. Each iteration is its own thing and shows different versions of myself, even though they're only a month apart between each iteration. It still shows that even to now I'm still changing, I'm still always changing. So yeah, yeah, So we always are different people through our life, but that's okay. Change is, a part of life and it happens. So, yeah, just embrace the change and, go through life. And it does suck to, focus on the negatives, which, this fear is inherently about the negative stuff of, living. Other topics, darker topics will be covered later, but not at the moment. But yeah, it's difficult with life, with everything going on. It's just best to be kind and try and be accepting and respectful of people. So yeah, the human condition is very interesting, especially since we always want things to go our way. We always want to be in control, and when we're not in control, it feels like, chaos and all that, and yeah. Yeah. Which brings me into the second point, which is nature of existence. So, because existence itself, like, it's technically, unexplainable. Sure, we can explain it with either science or, religion, but there's no true one definitive explanation of why we are here, why we exist, why things are like this, and how things came to be. Existence is very much madness, Like, how did it form to be this way? Like, there's, technically thousands of, other possibilities, technically, infinite other possibilities that we could be living in, but we don't. So, how did we come to be, this iteration? Like, how did things become like this, The nature of existence is something that can never be truthfully solved, and there'll always be both sides of the coin. There'll always be good and bad, which technically bad isn't always technically bad and good isn't always technically good, because if you're from, the other perspective, you might see certain things as good but certain things as bad. So existence itself is tricky, and you can easily lose yourself, trying to figure out why things are certain ways and why things aren't, going certain ways or whatever. But it's existence is so, like fluid and like malleable. Like, who knows what the truth of existence is? No one can know. The best thing you can do is just, accept it and
There's a rebel
hope
hostage in a nearby vehicle,
things
Rico. Go hijack the car
go
and get them to
well. I would hope missions wouldn't interrupt this, but I guess that's how things are. But yeah, anyway, nature existence, it can be so many things. Like, existence is unknown, and for me, like, which transitions into a point about me, like, my beliefs and me as a person, like I believe that before universe, matter, everything, in existence, that there was absolute nothing. Like, it was blank. It was non-existence. Like, it was empty, darkness, nothing, no man, no light, no energy, no rules of, the universe, nothing. It was nothing. An absolute, blank slate of just blackness forever. So I believe, it was empty, and everything that came after, it's kind of an anomaly that came out of literal nothingness. So we are anomaly, we're unexplainable, which, is very fitting for the nature of existence, something that cannot be explained. We just came into being, and nothing can explain that, because it's technically impossible, but nothing's impossible, and nothing is certain. So, yeah, the nature of, everything, there being technically possibilities for everything at once and nothing at once, it's like contradictory, So we are normally, and we should be just happy to be alive. Like there's as there's an equal chance that, technically we live tomorrow, or suddenly everything ends. Because from a technicality point, it's a coin flip. Nothing is technically for granted, because we don't know when it could end. Sure, we've lived this long, but how much longer could we live? Like, who knows? Who knows? By the rules of our world, we should technically, live a lot longer, hopefully, but technically the world could end, tomorrow. So, yeah, here's what it is. So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I believe that there was nothing before everything existing. And yeah. And me as a person, I'm a little bit weird, but I try to, be as kind as possible, try to be understanding as possible, try and do the best I can. And obviously I've made mistakes. Like, it's okay to be human, which, this is a sequel to that video, which, I stated, it's okay to be human. So yeah, but obviously this is to show the other end of the stick, that's hard to be human. And sometimes, with everything that goes on with life, we forget to, be human. We forget to, be people, which I feel like will be the third video, honestly. It probably will be, because I've done It's Okay to Be Human. Here we are at the second video, It's Hard to Be Human. So I think, to continue on and make a trilogy with We Forget to Be Human. I'm not certain what exactly I'll talk in that video, so yeah, again, there'll be probably a gap between this and that, just like how there was a gap between It's Okay to Be Human and this video. So yeah, but I'll figure that out. You're always figuring out things in life, one step at a time. But yeah, but me as a person, I try to just do my best and hopefully, inspire people, be better. And mistakes are natural, but you've got to learn from your mistakes and, make up for them. And hopefully I'll be able to make up for some of mine eventually. Because some mistakes are harder to fix than others. Like me leaving my friends, which I regret, but it happens. But I've also had the opposite happen to me, you know. I've lost friends, like they left me, so yeah, just the way I left those friends, yeah, again, Elsie, X Gene, and Joker, I still regret. But yeah, mistakes, you know, make us who we are, so I won't go a day without them. So yeah. Anyway, the next point to talk about is double standards, which um you know, or you know, hypocrisy. Like people can have, you know, double standards on things, which showed recently, um, uh, like, um, um, with the Sniper Wolf situation. To imagine iteration 1 and 2 of this video, I didn't know, like, back then, you know, it was back in, like, August and, when was the other one? Now I've got to open up YouTube. Uh, uh, but yeah, the Sniper Wolf thing hadn't happened when I was, like, recording those ones. Let's see, um, um, I recorded that on the 5th of October, and the actual original was the 25th. God, this is just Inception, because there's iteration 1, It's Hard to Be Human, the video, when it was uploaded on the 25th of August. Then there's iteration 2, and now at iteration 3. Oh god, 3 layers, isn't that, you know, the thing from Inception? Oh, god damn it. Where if you go 3 layers deep, something bad happens. I'm sorry, everyone. I just destroyed the universe. Um, but yeah, that's funny. Also, it displays the date now in the middle instead of to the left, which shows the subtle changes like YouTube's been having. Like YouTube's had some small changes between then and now, so yeah. Like so yeah. And yeah. But yeah. But yeah, that's interesting. But anyway, back to my point about double standards and hypocrisy. So, obviously, a recent example, Sniper Wolf. Sniper Wolf obviously doxed Jack's films. So that's obviously pretty much illegal. And YouTube was like, we're not going to ban her, we're only going to sort of demonetize her. They didn't even actually fully demonetize her from what was found out later. She actually still had control of her monetization, just she was demonetizing her recent videos, not even her old videos, until eventually I think they enforced it, but she still had like a second channel, which was, being like re-uploads of her videos, so that was earning money and, you know, getting around the system. A lot has happened with the Sniper Wolf drama, and it's best that you watch any other video on it to, catch up on it. But yeah, but the double standards of YouTube to be like, hey, we'll protect Sniper Wolf, even though she doxed Jack's films, where, like in the case of the Act Man, like, who jokingly said he was, going to dox YouTube, because it was during his time of turmoil with, Quantum TV. Yeah, again, there's videos on that as well, but he was wrongfully, um, lost his monetization out of the partner program, and yeah, so he was wrongfully, taken off for supposedly they would, dox YouTube when in reality wouldn't have. And also like how do you dox like YouTube? I'm pretty certain like you can just Google search, Google headquarters or YouTube headquarters, and that's like bam. But I think it was more specifically with the other part of that tweet where it's like he would dox specifically, YouTube employees. So I think that's where, you know, problems arise. But either way, it's double standards. One person should have got, lost their partnership with YouTube, and one should have. But since they're more popular, YouTube's like, nah, we'll protect her, we'll protect Sniper Wolf. So the double standards is just dumb, and yeah. But I already made a video on this, and I don't want to talk about things I've already talked about before again. So if you want to see more of like my points on Sniper Wolf, check out my video on it. I'll probably link it in the description. I wonder how many other links there are in the description at this point after, 3 iterations of this video. Probably a lot. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, so the double standards, and it's dumb. It's dumb. But yeah. Yeah, but yeah. People can be, hypocritic and have double standards, and sometimes, things just, happen, like that, contradictory, so it's hard to avoid just, you hope for, people to not be hypocrites and have double standards, but, you know, everyone has their own biases, everyone has, there's certain things, and sometimes you're like, have double standards unintentionally, so it happens, but it is kind of annoying, and yeah. But yeah. Anyway, that's all the points for this, because I wanted to, add some points also to the end of like the video in this iteration, so that some of the stuff would be split up between the beginning and the end, but this is already like shorter than expected, so maybe I'll just do them now. Some of my other points. I thought I would only be doing those first 4 points, but I guess I'll do more. So yeah. Just some things to notice, that technically eventually this will transition back into the past me, or second iteration, then it'll transition back into the first iteration, and then I conclude the video once, not realizing I would have to conclude it again because I forgot to mention charity the first time, because that's probably something important to the conversation, is that, there's charities to help, different things, so, donate to charity, if you feel like you want to, and, but you don't have to, but if you want to, you can do so. To help whatever cause you think might help. Any just cause you might want to help, if you will. Oh god, that's a terrible pun. Anyway, I guess I'll do the other points. I thought I would be doing the remaining points in tomorrow's stream, but yeah, I guess I'm doing them now. Alright, let's go down the other points. My next point is why I typed down as backwards thinking, which calling it backwards thinking is just kind of dumb. Like, saying people think backwards, it's kind of dumb. People just have different opinions. There's nothing technically backwards about having an outdated opinion. Sure, it might be outdated, but there was a reason for that opinion at the time, so even if it's outdated, it still may be a useful opinion or perspective. So there's no such thing as backwards thinking. So this point is to, basically be like, hey, if you're calling it backwards thinking, you may not be, thinking straight. So yeah, the most backwards thinking part of it is to call it backwards thinking. I just wrote it as that just because it's easiest for me to remember, but people have, different opinions, and there's nothing backwards about, having an outdated opinion. Sure, it might be outdated and potentially got its flaws, but nevertheless, there was a reason for that opinion to exist. But yeah. So yeah, again, it's just another part of, being accepting to, people's opinions, So yeah, technically there's no backwards thinking, But yeah. Alright. Another thing I want to cover, which I cover first, I guess I'll cover this one next, which is, pronouns. I don't know why people get so annoyed about pronouns. Like, seriously, it's just, to describe your like what you identify as, like either he, him, he, they, them, she, they, or she, her, those are like, basically like the five main iterations. There may technically be, more, because alternatively it would be for, he, they, it'll be he, them. Of course, the same applies to she, they, slash, she, them. So technically, there's technically multiple iterations, but yeah. I don't understand why people, get so, like, angry about, pronouns. It's just to show, what you identify as. Like, we've technically been using, pronouns for the last, 2,000, years, or however, or even longer, well, more than 2,000, but, as long as language has existed, as long as there's been, pronouns in a language, they've technically existed. I don't know how old the English language is. Like, how old is English? That's actually a good question. Because I'm kind of curious. Alright. I gather how old it is. Okay, it's mentioning. I'm just checking. Alright. So, alright. Okay, 5th century, so at least dates back to the 5th century, so, seeing it's, 21st century now, that's like, what? Because, because it's 2000s now, because the 11th century would be technically, 1,000, so 10 is 9, so it's always -1, so 5th century would be 400s. So you know, basically 1,600 years about. So that's a long time. That's a long time. Obviously, it's changed since then. It hasn't always been, the same thing, but earliest, version of English is, 1,600, like years old. So, yeah, you know, um, um, you know, it's pretty old. So technically, pronouns would be that old and possibly older. So yeah, um, yeah. So it's really old, and so it's only a problem because people are just, for some unknown reason, very problematic in the 21st century. Whatever happened to humanity? Like, when did we all suddenly, decide to become, like, so problematic? Like, when did we all just collectively say, screw it, we're gonna cause problems? Like, there was never a debate on this stuff, as far as we can tell, in the earlier centuries. So why is it such a big problem now? Why pronouns, you know, a huge problem now when they haven't been for, centuries? It's a real mystery, even technically millennia, but yeah, it's an absolute mystery. Which I guess brings up a minor thing I want to add is um, uh, apparently calling like women females is technically dehumanizing or something like that. That's what I've heard, and you know, um, like, when did this become like a thing? Like usually it's fine to refer to females as either females or women. Like, when did this become a thing? Like, I only heard of it like recently because how I initially heard of it was like because of like my sister. Like I, you know, called someone, a female, and then like my sister was like kind of complaining like a woman. And I'm like, uh, isn't it technically right to say female? Like that there isn't a problem with that. She never did explain, but I eventually saw another thing like that explained it. And it's like, huh, this is kind of weird. Like, why is it a problem to call, women females? Like, wouldn't, women call us males? Which, by same logic, male, female, technically that would be dehumanizing it. Males won't probably care if they're called a male. Like, like, I haven't heard of, male, the word male being technically dehumanizing. It doesn't make sense to me, honestly. It's like, like, I don't understand how it could dehumanize someone. Like, it makes absolutely no lick of sense to me. Like, I'm just referring to them as a word that, can refer to the opposite gender. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Like, how would it technically be wrong to call them a female when I haven't seen a case so far where male has been, the word male is, dehumanizing or whatever the hell it is that's going on. It's weird. There's just weird things like modern humanity is doing, and it doesn't make sense. Like a guy probably won't care if they're called, a male. Like, so, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me personally. Like, I don't see how that can dehumanize, women, like, because it's just a word. How can a word be bad unless it's already got negative connotations, like certain, words that, would get me, kicked off YouTube if I were to say them, or, even, swear words which, are slurs, I don't think the word female is, technically a bad word. Like, it makes no sense. Humanity in the 21st century, honestly, makes no sense sometimes. Like, it's weird. It's kind of weird. Like, I honestly don't know sometimes. People have become, so weird and like just being problematic for no real reason. Like, it doesn't make sense. This is why I'm, like, trying to be kind and, said at the start of the video, just be kind and understanding because, like, I don't want to cause problems, and I'm certain, many people feel the same. Like, I'll follow your rules. Just know that, in my opinion, your rules make absolute zero sense to me because, history, for the last, few centuries, it's been fine to technically call them females or, use pronouns, normal human things that we've done for, centuries without problem, and now it's suddenly a problem for no real reason. Like, what the hell is honestly going on with humanity? That might be the fourth video. Because one is we forget to be human, one is what the hell is going on with humanity. Like, maybe it's gonna be more than a trilogy. At this point, it's going to be like a full saga. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't know what's going on sometimes. Humanity is off the rails and it's a surprise we're not dead, and some things don't make sense to me. Maybe it's because I'm young, maybe it's because of my autism, maybe it's because of multiple things, but reality doesn't make sense. Which, another mini point, is in the second iteration of this video, which, yeah, again, will be later on in the video, but I talk about the upcoming, well, now it has happened, the 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 poll for the yes or no vote in Australia for, Indigenous, you know, recognition and them having a voice. So I, as I state later in the video, I voted yes, or at the time I would vote yes, but now I have voted yes. But yeah, voted yes to it. But surprisingly, to my stunned belief, no one, surprisingly, which is strange because, a few years back, I forget when, there was a similar vote, yes or no, for, like, right, so like, gay marriage and stuff, and like something along those lines, like, stuff for, rights for the, LGBTQ, plus. So that, the yes one for that, so, a few years ago, I obviously wasn't able to vote back then because I think it was before I was old enough, because I'm 21 now, so back then, like, when I turned, 18 in, 2020 obviously was, COVID, so I'm not really voting in, 2020, so it wasn't until, like, 2021 or 2022 when I actually had to vote for the first time. So yeah. Yeah, I missed that. But yeah. So I voted, yes to, that there should be, representation and a voice for, Indigenous people. But surprisingly, no, one. And, I heard a point, I heard this opinion, which is that influencers, technically ruin the vote because, they can sway the vote. Which, is, a valid, opinion because, it's happened before where influencers, can help influence a vote. Look at the Minecraft vote. Dream obviously, was a big influence to why the glow squid won that. So, you know, saying your opinion on something can obviously influence it in that direction. So it's not a totally not like an invalid point, but my point is that technically, you know, opinions should be, probably, said. Otherwise, then there's no opinions, then there's no opposite side. But in these days, opinions end up getting, divided to hell. And people get torn down for being on either side of the argument. So, yeah. So, yeah, again, try and be understanding on why people have opposite opinions. And usually, I'm not one to, have opinions about a lot of things because I'm still young. I'm, haven't had a lot of stuff in life so far, so I don't really have any serious opinions other than the opinion that I rather stay in the middle because there's always pros and cons to each side of an argument. No matter which side you're on, there's always going to be negatives and positives. So I'm more of a middle person for most cases, except when it comes to, stuff for, representation or, bettering people's lives, actual tangible change and making things more fair and equal, that I'll always be like, yes, more support for, trans rights or whatever else, there's so many things, at this point, it's hard to list them all, and I list some of them, later in the video and talk about some of them later in the video. But I just want to talk about, the some things, just to have a list. But yeah, opinions, having an opinion, means people can, target you for that opinion. No matter which side you're on, you're gonna get hate from the other side. That's why I'm like, please try and be respectful and understanding of people's opinions because they have that opinion because of whatever happened in their life, however they grew up. You gotta understand that, there's technically nothing invalid about another opinion unless it, actively, is harming someone. That's the only time I'm like, hey, there may be some good points in this opinion, but I think this opinion has more harm than good. So that's when I'll be like, this crosses the line. For me, I don't agree with your opinion. I may technically respect it, but I ultimately do not agree. So yeah, you've got to try, be respectful, but you're allowed to have your own opinion. So yeah. But yeah, anyway, next point, which should be the final point. Hopefully I won't need to do a fourth iteration of this video. Because, I've already done this, 2 times before. So, hopefully, this is finally the end, Hopefully this is finally the capping point of me doing iterations on It's Hard to Be Human. And I figured, 2 other videos, we forget to be human and what the hell is happening with humanity. I don't know if I'll do that 4th one well, technically second one, but because that might be a bit of a weird thing. But I may incorporate it into, the second, not second one, first one. God, getting confused with the numbers. But I may incorporate it into, we forget to be a human video because, it's technically a part of, us forgetting, like, humanity going to, like, kind of hell, people being, so divided and so, like on opposite ends, it's a time of more divide than ever, and it's just crazy. Actually, one more point before my final points. I want to talk about how I think, the internet may be, impacting on current humanity. Not to be one of those people that's like, oh, internet ruins your mind, blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying there are definitely certain negatives to, the internet, And here's where I think the main problems of the internet are. One, being anonymous. That's obviously a huge factor to why the internet is so, divided, And probably, being anonymous allows for you to have those opinions without being, like, seriously hurt, In real life, you've got to watch what you say because anyone could be, like, okay, today's enough. I'm going to snap and, attack you. While online, you have a certain level of safety, so being anonymous obviously allows for, certain people to just go even deeper into, being, having some weird, crazy opinions. Even though there may be, certain valid points from those people who have gone into, that weird, crazy, perspective, that there may be some things they might be actually accurate on. Usually, that there's more harm than good. So, yeah, don't go crazy. Good life vibes. But yeah, being anonymous allows for, people to, it allows more divide than ever because, people can't actually, usually be seriously hurt. So, horrible things happen on the internet all the time, which, is bad. And, yeah. Second thing is the amount of data that, we're digesting. In the past, we barely had any information at all. Like, if you wanted information, like, 100 years ago, usually you have to read a book. And that's, about it. Either mouth of word or, a book. Like, so you don't really, you won't be, consuming, information as fast as nowadays. So I think that has factored into why we are, so, divided and, so many bad things have happened, is because of, that information, so many different ideas all in one place, all at one time, and the ability to consume it so fast and so frequently, I think it's, messed with our minds. So it's led to, high cases of so many things like anxiety, depression, stress, you know, you know, like mental conditions are more common than ever before. And I think it's because, we're consuming information so fast, we're not really choosing to stop because, that information, can entertain us or, be interesting. It's, hitting us with, dopamine all the time. So we just want, more and more of that, good, interesting, or funny, information, whether it's useful, interesting, funny, whatever. It's still giving us dopamine no matter what. It makes us want, consume more information. Just all that fast information is just, it's literally creating, probably, brain run away. Not actually, because I think, the brain's still, brains don't usually, rot till, once you're dead. But it's giving us brain rot in a more metaphorical sense where, it's so much information, it's kind of driven us crazy in a way. And I'm surprised that I'm still, sane, but makes me question, have the things I've, dealt with in life even real, like, who knows, it could be technically fake. Who knows? All our brains are, technically, different, so who's to say, what we've witnessed is real? And tying back into, existence, point earlier, nature of, existence, is anything real? As far as I can tell, I'm real, but is anyone else around me real? I just have to hope that they're, real as me, and yeah. It's not exactly a great thought to have, but, it's the truth. You can't truthfully know if any of your friends, family, or, pets, or anyone else is real, or really fun way to live, but yeah. But yeah, back to internet leading to, basically mental rot and basically insanity. The rate of information has certainly changed us as people, and there's not going to be a stop to it. As long as humanity remains, as long as we have access to it, we're going to continue to do it, and may eventually find faster ways of consuming information and knowledge and, different content our brains. So it's probably only just going to, get worse, honestly. So yeah. So, not to be that person, but maybe occasionally restrict your screen time or, on a device or consuming information, I know information, can be useful, and, you know, having knowledge is, power, that old saying. But yeah, like too much may be, leading to the problems of, life. And yeah, I don't think I have a third point for how internet's, probably factoring into, the current world and how it's, probably led to, how things are. I can't think of a third one. Anonymous ray of information. I can't really think of a third one. But yeah, just be wise with, the use of the internet. Knowledge is power, but also the other saying is, ignorance is, bliss, so knowledge is technically, a curse. Once you know, so knowledge has both power and a curse, so everything has its positives and negatives. Because the positives of knowledge is that you have the knowledge and that knowledge could be used for something. The negatives of the knowledge is that you can't really unlearn it, even if it's something terrible. So you just have to live with that knowledge, even if it's bad. Same for, ignorance has its positives and negatives. You don't know anything, so you can't know the bad thing, but not knowing the bad thing can be bad in its own right. So it's totally dependent on you. Everything in life has their positives and negatives. Anyway, let's finally get on to the final point. Hope that's enough finals. And hopefully this will be, the final iteration yet again. Too many finals. Anyway, final point. Which is, I wanted to talk about, drama. Which I've stated before, I don't particularly like drama or gossip. Especially native, but, information is, technically, gossip or, drama, like, but, yeah, more specifically, like, causing drama to just stir up the pot, it's dumb, like, why do people intentionally, cause drama to, get attention, like, why do people feel the need to cause bad, drama things just to get attention, to feel relevant, or to, in the case of, YouTubers, to feel relevant again, because, one YouTuber, I forget her name, I need to look it up, was calling out Mr. Beast for, his hide and seek video with a bunch of creators, I know she's, in a heist with Markiplier, and, also, in space with Markiplier as well. I just forget her name, but she was like doing some like drama thing to be like, hey, I should have been, third place, yada yada yada, bringing up drama so she gains, relevance again and doing dumb things like, you know, she is using, you know, her gender, make it technically a gender thing when it's not really a gender thing at all. What, you know, went on, you know, technically, yeah, she would have been, possibly third place, but third place isn't first place, and usually for the creator games of Mr. Beast, only first place, wins a prize. It's not like a regular Mr. Beast, video where everyone, wins a prize. Well, not always everyone, but um, you know, um, um, but usually, if you get far enough, um, you usually do get a prize. Oh yeah, Rosanna Pacino, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. But yeah, Rosanna, yeah. But yeah, she was like complaining, um, that, she technically should have been third place, which technically, yeah, but for the creator games, only first place, gets a prize, so what are you complaining about? Like, yeah, the past ones had, the rankings, so the past creator games had the ranking of, like, who was, first, second, and third, but what would that mean exactly? Like, all that would mean is that at the end of the video, it shows you in third place. Like, yeah, it's a bit weird that Mr. Beast didn't do it the one time, but, Mr. Beast can, technically make their own choices, like, it's a bit weird just to be like, I should be in third place, yeah, so, doesn't mean you would get a prize. Why are you stirring the pot for drama? Like, have you lost that much relevancy to do it? And it seems like it might be because, like I watched Pyro Cynical's video, Pyro Live's video, on the situation. Her channel are getting similar views to like Pyro's channel, which is much smaller in comparison. So the fact that the views are so low, it probably shows that, yeah, she's doing it to, cause drama for drama's sake to gain relevancy back. Which is so dumb, like, it's so dumb to, drum up things for drama. Like, many other YouTubers, wouldn't care if they've lost relevancy, look at, Captain Sparkles is no longer as hyped, and he doesn't really care, like, about relevancy anymore. And other, old Minecraft YouTubers, plenty of older YouTubers probably aren't as popular as they used to be. Like, even, like kings like, PewDiePie, like, they're no longer probably at the same level as they were at their heights, But, like, even Jack, Mark are probably, no longer technically at their height anymore. But, there's still, plenty of people watching them because, they're the dedicated fans. Like, I'm dedicated to, Jack because I like his form of doing things. I like Mark because of his form of doing things, And mainly what I'm most interested is, the stories, like, in Space with Markiplier, that's why I usually like the most from them is the stories. Like, I'm very interested to see Iris for Jack and more of that stuff. But as it stands, they're no longer at their height, so it's kind of petty just to be like, stir up drama for no real reason, and it's just dumb. It's so unnecessary. Like, I disagree, with drama. Drama usually is just more negative than positive. Obviously, there's cases of, drama that, is technically not negative, but still, drama usually hurts more than it helps. Which is, yeah, again, my points, does it do more harm than good? I just want things, to be, good, I want positivity, not negativity. So, yeah. I want things to, be meaningful, good changes, not just damage and whatever. But yeah, I just don't like drama. So yeah. But yeah, I just feel like it's all pointless and really doesn't need to be done. Like, I'm gonna work, my way to, the top without doing dumb drama stuff unless I accidentally, make a huge mistake. That's probably the only way, I get more views is eventually I make a huge mistake and, it sends me, skyrocketing. Which is how a lot of, YouTubers get famous, Like, you either have to do, something really bad to get famous really fast or just be lucky. So, when it comes out of the two options, like, luck is so hard to find, It's so hard to be lucky with the algorithm, like, it's taken me, over 2.5 years just to get to, this point with, 200, plus subscribers, slowly getting closer to 300. I might be at 300 when this video comes out. I don't know. but still, it's taken me an incredibly long time and long effort to get this far. So, yeah, like, I haven't had luck on my side, so usually people will resort to option B, which is to, do something bad intentionally to get famous. And that's just the easy way out. Like, I want to feel like I earned it. You know, you know, if I do a mistake, then, and it boosts me, well, that's just unintentional. Like, I couldn't foresee, that mistake, you know. So if it happens, it happens. But I rather, try and earn my way to, you know, the top, or as close to the top as I can get, as far as I can get, earn, the subscribers, and, earn the followers, actually put in hard effort into my work, to get that far, and not use drama and other tactics to, cheat to the top. So yeah, I think drama's dumb, and yeah, yeah. So yeah, I'll earn my way. No matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, I'll earn it. Piece by piece. It might be a struggle, everything in life is, technically a struggle, but I'll earn it, I'll earn the right to be like, hey, I did this, I put, thousands of hours into doing videos, into my story, into my characters, into building up my thing, and whoever follows or subscribes, is along for the journey, and hopefully, eventually, I'll hit, at least, 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and hopefully eventually, become a Twitch affiliate, which, is gonna certainly take some time since I had a break from Twitch, so I need to, put in time to, Twitch to, get some of those checks back on the box, streaming, long enough and frequently enough within, a span of a month. And seeing that this is being recorded on, November the 4th of, 2023, obviously, but, yeah, by the time this comes out, when is this video scheduled to come out again? I think in December. So by the point that this video comes out, yeah, that time will have passed, and I technically would have hit some of the ticks that I needed. But the hardest one is getting 3 consecutive viewers on my Twitch. So, yeah, again, if you see me live streaming on, YouTube, just consider also watching the stream on Twitch. It'll be, it'll go a long way to helping me, eventually reach the goal of affiliate. And who knows, maybe I will hit it by the time this video comes out, but I doubt it. I honestly doubt that, because again, I've still got to, do it for a month before you know, it's, you know, enough to hit 2 of the tick marks again. But I doubt the 3 consecutive viewers thing is going to happen. But it may happen, who knows. But yeah, it's scheduled for the 6th of December. Alright, so basically a month from now. So yeah, by then, yeah, I will have definitely hit those 2 ticks, and I'd be probably still struggling on that 4th and final. It's the last hurdle. And obviously another hurdle would be getting to, 1,000 subscribers, but one step at a time. And of course, eventually YouTube is going to lower it down to 500, but by my math, for a few hours, I still probably need at least, 750 subscribers before I become, a viable channel. So, yeah, by the math, it's still going to take a lot of effort, but I'm going to, put in the effort. I'm going to put in the effort, to do it, just like I'm putting the effort into, this video to, hopefully, help people, hopefully to, help them. And yeah, again, consider sharing the video because, this video is made so that it can help people, hopefully. I don't know if it will or not, but the, plan is that it'll hopefully help at least someone. So yeah, it's hard to be human, but that's life. That's the nature of life. And it can't be, stopped, until, you die. So, yeah, it's hard, but it's possible. So, yeah, just remember to be kind, try and accept people for who they are, be understanding, and yeah, just stay determined through life. Like, stay through it. I know things may be hard, but, stay through it, It can be tricky, but yeah. But yeah, I think I've talked for long enough. How long have I been talking? Almost an hour and a half, as I thought, because it was about an hour and a half, a little over, for the first iteration. Like, it was like an hour and like 37 minutes. Then for the like, second, it was like an hour and like 23-ish minutes, maybe a little bit more, but yeah. Basically, minus a plus, 7 minutes. And now this iteration, is also about, an hour and a half. So it's very fitting. That's, the same length. Meaning now I can say 100% for certain that this video is my longest video on my channel. Longer than the Alan Wake American Nightmare video, which is insane because that one's 4 hours and 15 minutes, so this one's going to be, 4.5 hours, which is pretty damn long. But yeah, I'll leave it back to, past me. So yeah, the rest of the video will be, iteration 2, then back to iteration 1 at the very end. But yeah, I'll leave it back to, past me to talk about the points that I wanted to cover in that iteration, and then obviously I'll go back to, um, you know, iteration one, and yeah. I may have made some mistakes with this video, but I feel like that this video overall is a good video, and it just shows, humans are always changing. Like, we can be contradictory and always changing, but nonetheless, some people are just trying to do their best, and that's my only, hopes with this video. Anyway, I've spoke for long enough, so I'll leave it back to, past me. So yeah, past me has a lot to say as well, but yeah. See you all back to past me. Hello, welcome to this video, which is It's Hard to Be Human, a sequel to It's Okay to Be Human video. Do consider checking that one out if you haven't seen it, but this is the other half of the equation, the technically more, negative half of, that video, basically the opposite, it was technically more positive, even though it did have some dark themes. But this is the sequel to cover things that I didn't cover in that video. And not to mention, this is also, this part of the recording is a new part that I'm adding on to the beginning of this video because I already recorded it, which I will show now. Like, I already recorded it, It's Hard to Be Human, 1 month ago. Well, a little over a month. But, on the 25th of, August, I recorded it to be, talk about things, but I feel like some of the things I didn't talk about enough, or some of the things, I didn't properly explain or like thought about, because I sort of like went into it without really properly thinking. Like, I did think about it, obviously, like I put a lot of thought into technically what I was saying, but also technically I feel like I missed some things. And one thing I think I missed out a bit is, this is, my opinions, these are my opinions. You don't have to, agree with all my opinions. Just, I want to, get out my thoughts, and, I feel like, the me from a month ago, it's still, relatively the same, but, one thing with humans is they always tend to contradict themselves, which, I guess this part of the video is, technically contradicting, why I set up here, but, yeah, but also, fitting in the themes of it. But yeah, so you will hear a whole intro again when it gets to the original. Sorry about that, but it is what it is. Mainly because that part will cover some of the darker themes, but yeah, again, I'll iterate something from not future me, past me, I don't know why I would say future when this was recorded in the past. Anyway, this is kind of a mess if you can't tell. Like, this is messy, literally feeding into, it's hard to be human, like, sometimes, things are easy, but also things can be hard, and, you could technically, contradict yourself. So, you can be a hypocrite because, you may change your mind over time, like how I changed my mind over, a month. Not that much, but, I want to talk about some of the things from this video again here at the beginning before, this other part begins, so that I get my thoughts all out and clearly. So sorry if this is unclear, messy, and whatever, but it really fits to, it's hard to be human, and it's hard to make a video like this because, I want it to, have meaning. I want it to, help. Yeah, again, part of this video is just to be kind, to, face your fears, which will be mainly in this part, uh, except for like the end part, because I actually had to add something on in the last few minutes of the video since I forgot to bring it up when I did this part, which was, I brought up charity, which, is, an important thing to, the discussion of, mental health and, all the stuff that if you really do want to help out people who, are actually struggling, charity is the best way. And it was unfortunate that I didn't even mention it to, the last, like 4 minutes of the video. So at least now it's, at least in the first, 6-7 minutes, whatever mark. So at least this time, I can fix some of the mistakes, and also, iterate on things. But yeah, again, sorry that this is a whole mess of a video, but it really does iterate. It's hard to be human, and there's going to be a bit to this. But anyway, let's talk about some of the things I want to talk about in this segment, which is one, yeah, again, these are my opinions, so yeah, like how at one point, I mentioned about feminists and how the vocal minority is ruining it for the majority, because now, the concept of, feminists is for, equal rights for females, but, it hasn't exactly worked out to, how actual feminists probably wanted to work out, which is, equal rights, where, it's kind of turned into, with the vocal minority, like a man-hating thing, like, like just blame men for every single problem, when in general it's usually all of humanity's fault. Like, no one is blameless, you know. We're all technically a part of, you know, the problems of the world, you know, whether it be, you know, global warming or, you know, other things, you know. We're all technically, you know, a part of the problem, you know. We all make mistakes. No one can be perfect, but, you know, you just have to try your best to be the best person you can be, like, within, you know, the circumstances. So, you know, yeah, just try to be your best, but yeah. So, it's not that, you know, it's not like I hate, you know, feminists. It's, you know, that, and yeah, again, you have zero context to what I'm saying because it all happens, you know, later in the video. But, so that's another thing that makes this messy. That to have the context of what I said, you have to watch the video. So, yeah. I mean, YouTube wise, it helps the algorithm, I guess. But, you know, also, like, from, you know, trying to explain things with zero context is like, makes this part of the video more messy. But basically, what I said was like, you know, feminists, you know, I like the idea, but the actual, you know, vocal minorities ruining it. I can't speak. Ruining it for you know, the majority. You know, it's sometimes that, you know, a vocal minority that, you know, proves to be problematic. You know, the ones that are just being, you know, men haters, you know, just ruins it for the ones that actually want, you know, proper change, good change, actual, you know, stuff like equal pay and, you know, other things, you know, at least at this point, you know, rights are usually equal, but, you know, there's always stuff like power struggles with, you know, men always seem to, you know, have the higher positions rather than females, and, you know, yeah, yeah. So it's like that, um, line from, you know, Balin Skull and, you know, Star Wars and Ahsoka, you know, with, you know, the Jedi. The concept of the Jedi is, you know, they're peacekeepers and, you know, keep, you know, the galaxy in, you know, order and balance. But in reality, the Jedi had become, you know, corrupt and no longer were doing the thing, you know, they were originally supposed to do, and had kind of become, you know, manipulated by groups like the Senate and no longer were helping the people out. So yeah. So yeah. Um yeah. So yeah, you know, that same concept applies, you know, to real life, you know. The concept of, you know, feminism is good. The reality is that's ruined by, a vocal minority, that are proving to be problematic to the cause, You know, if it was, if the concept was actually to, go forward, it actually would, get somewhere, you know. But unfortunately, as things are, feminists, like, the concept is just dead in the water and, like, not where it needs to be, like, ideally for those who actually want it or, need it, those who have, suffered inequality because of it, like, so yeah, so like, I'm a male, obviously, but, I believe in the concept of, feminism rather than, the vocal minority that's kind of ruining it for, the majority. Because, that there should be more equality, there probably should be, equal split of, females and males in, positions of power, like, I guess, government or whatever, if, that was more of a reality, things would be more fair, it's a more balanced thing because then you can have both sides, yeah, you can have, males and females, you have both sides to see clearly, which I may mention this since I figure I might talk about it um, 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 the referendum thing for Australia, since I'm Australian. Um, so that there's a thing going on with Australia. If you don't know, where we're going to change I believe the constitution to for so there's indigenous representation in parliament and government, whatever, and I'm just gonna say that I'm a yes, because I feel like, yeah, again with what I just said, you need both sides to you know be equal. So I'm definitely a yes, because I feel like, having, the indigenous people of Australia as, a part of, constitution, parliament, government, whatever, is a good thing that in the long term, it'll do more good than harm. Like, I don't see how it could be bad. Like I don't see how it could be bad in any way. Like, from my perspective, you know, there should be representation, you know, an argument is more balanced if there's both perspectives, I, this is why I'm like someone who, sits more in the middle technically, because I can see, both sides of a thing for most cases. But this is one of those cases where I'm like heavy yes, like I don't see why you wouldn't, because if you just if no wins, and I don't know when the thing is, when the votes are happening. I should probably know that because yeah, again, I have to vote, uh, uh, but, but from my perspective, like, no is like if no wins, it's only delaying the inevitable. Like, eventually, there needs to be more representation. It has to happen. Why wouldn't you do it? Like, that's just like kind of backwards thinking not to have, you know, equal representation. You know, you know, as far as I see it, for this case, I'm a definite yes because if no wins somehow, you know, it only delays the inevitable. Like, it's going to happen sooner or later. The, if it doesn't happen now, 10 years, maybe even shorter, 5, 10 years, latest, I would say 20 years, this will probably happen again. And most likely by then, hopefully, if it happens to be no now, like, I don't see any way that will be no, but, if it is no now, um, then it'll most likely get a yes, later down the track, It, you're only delaying the inevitable, you know, by trying to fight some battles, So, and from my perspective, I can't understand a no anyway, but yeah. So, yeah, sorry to bring technically politics into this, but I wanted to bring it up since, most of the time I can see both perspectives, but for this case, I don't see how there would be any benefit in saying no. Like, it only delays the inevitable. Like, it only, delays what will happen. But most of the time, I'm like, as far as I see it, politics, that there's, two parties, which is, Australian politics is a bit more weird, and even I don't know everything. Like, I don't care, like, enough about politics, like, so I'm no expert, but as far as I see it, both sides are just equal in my mind. Like, unless you do something particularly that make me dislike you and possibly like not vote with you, I don't care. Like, between one of the two parties, uh, um, uh, because one's like LMP and the other one's like I forget. There, that helps. So yeah, one's Labour, um, then there's the coalition, the Liberal Party, and yeah. See, I don't really care. Oh yeah, and then there's the Greens, One Nation, which I personally don't really like because oh god, Pauline Hanson. Uh, oh yeah, I forgot about there's Jackie Glanby. I forget about her. Like, I'm pretty sure it's her. Yeah, I have no idea who she is and what she does. All I know is I probably rank it lower. Like, who are some of these people? I don't know these people. This just shows how much I really don't care. But yeah, but yeah, but yeah, the Australian politics are whack, and I don't really care because all I see is people arguing, like like every time I see like politics on the news, it's just all of them arguing. Like, I never see them have a civil conversation. They're just arguing. Like, grow up. You're adults. Like, you're like 50, 60 year olds. Like, like, well, what's happened to civil discussions, and that applies to the internet too. Like, what happened to just having a conversation without it becoming an argument? Like, that's something I definitely did not cover in the original video. Is what happened to just having a discussion without an argument. Like, what happened? Like, how has humanity gone to this point and, somehow not fallen apart? Because, as far as I see it, the government is completely like, like, you guys are just arguing all the time. Like, what the hell is going on? And then you look at the internet, it's the same thing. Like, oh my lord, what's happened to humanity? How are we not dead yet? Like, obviously, someone's doing their job properly somewhere, otherwise, we would be probably all dead. And by evolution, standpoint, probably some of humanity, should be dead, like, if it came to, life or death survival situation, I feel like there would have been a lot of people in this, modern day that would be dead otherwise. And I'd definitely be one of those people. I'd probably be dead if it wasn't for, modern, technology and, stuff and medicine and whatever, like, and stuff, you know, like, I feel like with how I am as a person right now, I would not be able to survive out in the wild, I would be dead and, food for some, you know, animal or something, you know. I'd probably be eaten by a crocodile, I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, you know, yeah, this is supposed to be a discussion, so please, this is something I didn't even mention in the original. I'm finding a lot of flaws in my original thing, is that in the comments, please have a civil discussion. So yeah, please, um, keep it civil, keep it, you know, reasonable, so, yeah, um, yeah, so keep it reasonable, keep it civil, you know, but, uh, yeah, but yeah, we should be able to just have a discussion without arguing. And that's all I see with politics. So I don't really care. I just vote whichever way because I don't care. Like, as long as I'm alive, I don't care. like, like, I don't really, care enough about politics, you know, give an opinion because, yeah, again, for most cases, I'm going to be, middle of the road. I'm going to see things from both perspectives, I'm going to try and look at things, evenly. But when I do actually have an opinion, like representation or equality, that's something I definitely will support, you know you know good proper rights, like rights for, trans people. Although this is one of my more potentially, um you know I guess potentially divisive opinions. But yeah, again, as I iterated in the beginning of the video, yeah, again, this is just my opinion, especially for this bit. But I think, you know, uh, I mentioned this in this part of the video, so I won't cover in detail again, because I do mention it later on in the video. But with the trans thing, with one of the topics with trans rights is bathroom, usage, because there's definitely some people that would be uncomfortable, if a man was, become, female, for example. Like some females would probably be, uncomfortable with, seeing, genitalia of a man if, if the man who, became a woman, hasn't lost their junk yet. So, um, that they would be, uncomfortable. They probably won't say anything, but nonetheless, they're uncomfortable. So I can see the point of not that, you know, not using the male bathroom, I have a, third option sort of thing, where there's a specific bathroom for non-gender, like it could be technically, male or female, so hopefully it can reduce, the thing with, that argument on, transgender, that's, which bathroom should they use. So giving a middle of the road, thing with a third bathroom that has no clear gender, it's absolutely equal, so that it's less of, a problem. That means technically anyone can use it, so that's, it's middle of the road, it's, maybe not the best solution, but it's a good solution. Like, middle of the road, gender neutral bathroom, it's a middle of the road thing that I think I heard it from my dad or something. Like, my dad, I usually don't bring up, but, some of his opinions are pretty strong. Some that I probably won't agree with myself, but, you know, that's one thing I do agree with is, sometimes there needs to be a middle of the road option, and having a gender neutral bathroom would be perfect to solve that and probably any other problems, really, like not just the stuff with transgender, but other stuff. uh I see you. I don't know why there hasn't been a lot of chat today. It's just, I guess it's just one of these days. Yeah, again, I'm live streaming this, so yeah, for those watching the video later. uh yeah, but uh uh yeah, but yeah, I think a middle of the road option works well. It makes, I think it could make everyone happy. Like, so yeah, um, yeah, I'm definitely one of those people who's like trying to think of something that compromises between, the two sides of the argument. Like, yeah, again, for most cases, I'm middle of the road. Like, I usually won't have a strong opinion one way or the other, except for when it comes to, you know, representation, equal rights stuff. That's, I'm obviously strong supporter for, that, should be, it should be better, things need to be more fair, more equal, but also due to my nature that I'm in the middle, like, I also, do have, opinions, that are more middle of the road, so even though, I'm a supporter of that, but, I'm also in the middle of the road, so, yeah, I guess I'm a weird mix of a person, I can see some things some ways and some things a completely different way. Like, I am truthfully an anomaly. You'll never truthfully know what I think unless I say it myself. And even if I say, I always technically, could potentially see the other side, But yeah, that's just my middle of the road explanation, like not explanation, but solution. And I mention it more later. Yeah, again, I'm adding this on to the beginning, and it'll be clear when this one begins. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, what's my next point? Next point is, oh yeah, the duality of man. So one of the things I was talking about in this thing, which yeah, again, I want to keep it because it shows, my raw, unfiltered opinions from, about a month ago, but when I originally recorded this, but I was talking about the duality of man, so how there's both, good and bad in a person. No one's perfect, and we shouldn't hold ourselves up to higher standards because that's just gonna hurt more than help. Sometimes trying to hold yourself to higher standards will get you nowhere. It can be self-destructive, which I guess I didn't really talk about. Yeah, again, another thing I didn't really talk about is trying to hold yourself to higher standards will only get you like nowhere. Like sometimes you just gotta do the things as best as you can, and even though it may not technically be the best way, you're doing it your way. So at least you do it and try to do it and whatever. Like, as long as you do the thing, hopefully it works out. Whatever the thing may be, I don't know. But one of the things is, I mentioned, with, me being someone who looks into myself, looks into my own mind and, knows myself pretty well. I know that sometimes I do have, darker thoughts, thoughts that could be seen as, racist or whatever. But one thing that I forgot to, mention with that, in the original one when I record this originally is, it's, dark humor that I think is going too far. And the fact that I choose not to say it, I think, says a lot, actions, as the saying goes, actions say more than words, So my choice and action to choose to not say it speaks more to it than, if I was to actually, say it, because if I were to say it, that shows I clearly don't care. Like, but the fact that I choose not to say, my darker thoughts, shows that I have, restraint and control and, will, um, try to be my best, I suppose, in my own way. Yeah, again, you can't, technically be perfect, but you can be the best of you. You can be the best version of yourself, if you get what I mean. Just be the best of you. So, yeah. So, even though, I do have those darker thoughts at times. Like, obviously, like, with what I've said earlier, I'm not that kind of person to be, mean or, you know, uh, or like go against, people, but you can't help but, have those darker thoughts every now and then because, people, well, be people, like always you can think of the opposite, even though you choose to, go down one path. Like, obviously, I don't want to be racist, I don't want to be, sexist, I don't want to be whatever, I don't want to be negative towards people, but, you will always have that small part of you that will be the complete opposite, that doesn't agree with the majority of you, that small piece that'll be like that little devil on your shoulder that's like, oh, but this is a funny thing that you should say, or or would be funny if it happened. I'm like, devil part of me? No, this is bad. This is probably going too far in that direction, probably would be actually, racist or whatever, So, everything has balance, it's, you can't technically escape it, but it's there. So, I feel like I want to iterate that because, I feel like since I didn't really properly talk about like within this segment, which yeah again will technically happen later in the video, but not in the live stream obviously that this was recorded on, but yeah, I just want to iterate it because that the this part, may paint me as, like I don't care when I do care, and it's obvious that I care because I talked about all these things for an hour and a half. So, obviously I do care. Just, I felt like since I didn't properly talk about some things, I acted more than thought, that I don't care when obviously I acted on all of this because I did care. So, so yeah. So this one, this new part is obviously the more thoughtful one where this is more like me acting, like I've got to do this. If I don't do it, it if I never do it, it won't help anyone. So that there's nothing wrong in, acting like how this is the part of me, that acted on the thought to do this video. But sometimes you need to step back and just think for a second. Sometimes you just need to think for a second. Not every situation can be rushed, and yeah. Another thing I want to talk about is, hypocrisy of, people, since, the mind's always changing, people can, be technically hypocrites because their mind changes over time, or some people are just actual, like, hypocrites and, double standards and all that. So, yeah, it's not easy when, your mind is always at odds ends, There's one part of you that wants to go one way, but there's one part of you that wants to go other way, and over time you're changing and having different experiences. So, yeah, there's no perfect way to be human, because it's hard to be human, You know, you have so many, different thoughts, ideas, experiences that, make you. Like, there's no other you than you. And yeah, even in a small amount of time, I, like, I felt the need to, change my mind and return to this to add a new section because I felt like I didn't talk about things enough in, this segment that I need to cover it. So yeah. So yeah, yeah. Um, um, yeah. Um, but sorry, my mind just bleh. As you can see, my mind doesn't always fully work. Um, but yeah, but you know, being human, it's hard. There's no perfect way. No one's perfect, but there's probably some things you probably should never do, like being hypocritical, yeah, whatever, like, if you contradict yourself, it can happen. Those people that actively do it can be a bit annoying, but you know, some people would just be that way and, have double standards and be technically, you know, very, hypocritical, but yeah, uh, you can't really do anything. Some people, will have personalities that you just don't like, and there's nothing really you can do. Like, and technically, some of those people, that they're fine. They probably had life experiences that led them to being that way. Like some guy that I met on VR chat once. I think I may have brought up this story in this thing, so sorry if I am repeating a story that will technically be later in the video. But um, that but there was this guy in VR chat. His name was like Corporal something. I forget. Um, but he seemed to get aggressive. If any negative word was thrown his way, like he seemed to have some potential anger sort of issues, sort of, like he wasn't the angriest person I've ever seen. Like, there's definitely way worse, but he definitely seemed to be, someone who struggled with, that, like, so he's untrusting of, basically everyone. Like, if anyone, says negative words towards him, he immediately, snaps. Like, he immediately, like, starts, firing back, and, yeah, like, so, yeah, I, being a person, that never really swears, was able to, easily have a conversation with him and see, like, why he was that way. And it definitely seems like he is one to always assume the worst from what he said himself. Like, he always assumes the worst, which I don't know how you get to that point where you automatically assume like everything is technically the worst and not like how it was actually being said, because my friend, Kim, was just joking towards them, like, 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 doing the no, I can't say it, YouTube, typing it should be fine. But basically doing, this meme, the, no, you know, thing to him, but he didn't even realize it was a joke. Like that was another thing that I asked him about. Like, he didn't even realize like it was some, joke or meme. Like, this big meme that's, everywhere on the internet. He didn't even pick up on it, because somehow he had avoided it, which is, crazy, but I guess not impossible, but still crazy, So, it's, because, yeah, it's just weird, but yeah, seeing, like, hearing, what he had to say, you know, it was interesting that, kind of get into the depths of, someone's mind who works like that is so, doesn't work well with any negativity, that they just snap back immediately. Like, it's kind of weird, but also interesting, and yeah. But yeah, it's like just interesting, I guess. But yeah, there's many different types of people, and I'd even, get to know how he even got to that point, because obviously I only just met them on the spot in VR chat, so obviously I wasn't going to ask them, their whole life story, since, I just met them. But, you know, yeah, people can end up like that or in other negative ways because of negative life experience and stuff. So sometimes you have to have, empathy or sympathy, towards them, because, you have no idea what's happened to, some of these, people, you have no idea what they've been through, and yeah, um, yeah, um, yeah, yeah. So you can't get along with everyone, but there's a certain point where some actions cross lines that probably shouldn't be crossed, Like, it's hard to be human, but there's certain things that cross lines that probably shouldn't be crossed. Like, stuff like, you know, grooming a child, that's pretty bad. Um, or, other stuff, other things that go way too far that, you know, illegal probably for, probably very just reasons that there's some lines you don't cross, like eventually there's some things that just go too far, There's some things that under any and all circumstances you should not do. Like there's just certain things that should never be done. And yeah, obviously, I've never done anything like that. The worst I've done, yeah, again, I mentioned my mistakes in It's Okay to Be Human video. Like, that was a part of the point of that video, was to show my mistakes, and I pretty soon I'll mention them in, this segment once I, eventually get to it. Which, seeing that I've been speaking for an hour, again, obviously I have a lot to say, both here in this new iteration and, the original iteration. But I lost my train of thought. God damn it. What was I saying? Something about lines too far. What was I going to say? God damn it. Maybe just talking about it again will help me retract my mind. So hopefully I think about it by just talking. Again, about the same thing that I just talked about. But yeah, some lines are too far. Obviously, yeah, again, I haven't done anything. That's what I said before. And then I'm just retracing my steps here. God damn, my mind blanking. But yeah, obviously I haven't done, anything bad, but the worst thing I did, oh yeah, I was going to talk about my mistakes, which I obviously mentioned in the original video and in, that segment, which you'll see after this segment. Even though I'll do the whole intro again, that's fun. I'm not going to cut it out because there's some important stuff in the intro, important to that section. But yeah, my mistakes as a person is that I've failed, my friends. I left my friends, as I mentioned before, in, three different ways. One was, I guess, just not being wise enough, and I should have, been friends with, Elsie while still being friends with, Daniel. You can have multiple friends. I don't know how, you know, uh, you know, uh, you know, uh, I would have been 10 years old. Me didn't think of this, nor like, Elsie, but I guess, yeah, mainly my fault, but also, if even one of us just had, critical thinking, you know, could have went better. But yeah, again, I was a child, so obviously children aren't always capable of, critical thinking, even though that's not always true, but I'm just saying that generally children won't be as smart as someone who has lived through life and had experiences and stuff. But yeah, definitely, somewhat, regretful of leaving her as a friend. Hopefully, she did fine in the rest of her life, but yeah, probably could have, done more. But here's what it is. The second one being impatience with Joker, which was my, a friend on Among Us. I've mentioned this before. And yeah, again, actually was on, Among Us the game. I know as much as a joke it may seem, you know, it happened. So yeah. So yeah. Least regretful of leaving Joker, but still could have done it a bit better. And my most regretful one is X Gene. I really regret failing X Gene because they obviously were having mental stuff, mental problems, and I should have supported them, but I couldn't even realize I was having my own at the time. So I just couldn't see it clearly that I wasn't ready to face reality just yet. So, yeah. It unfortunately led to the byproduct that I failed X Gene. And I hope one day by chance that somehow, I, you know, meet them again on VR chat, but the chances are slim as hell, so, uh, yeah, it sucks. But if I do ever see them again, I definitely want to say sorry in person. But the best I can do is have it in video format and hope that, this video, gets to, you know, X Gene or Elsie or Joker to just say, I'm sorry. So even if I do never get to say in person, because yeah, again, I haven't had contact with these people in, you know, years. One, like, particularly Elsie, it's been, basically a decade, you know, so yeah, you know, hopefully this at least gets to them, to say that I'm sorry. But yeah, not to mention my other mistake that I also mentioned is um, you know, the incident when I was in grade four and was, you know, kind of sexist, but since again I was a child, you know, um, it was the typical uh, boy sexism where it's like I don't want to be a girl, like that sort of thing where it's like since you're young you don't fully yet understand how everything works and how females work and you don't know a lot as a kid, and two things that are missing from kids: critical thinking and knowledge. Yeah, so I was like, didn't want to be, technically a girl, so, at that time, this time, after, having a dream where I was a literal female, I think my mind has definitely changed on that a bit because I literally, recently released Rebecca, which was, me putting that dream into a video format so that it could exist and have a narrative structure. But yeah, but yeah, obviously now I'm like more fully like, yeah, I could be a girl, I guess. Probably won't actually change into a girl, but I'm more open-minded to it, than I was back when I was, 10. So, but yeah. So yeah, they were calling me Sabrina, which yeah, again my name's Sebastian, so relatively similar name, but the more female version of the name, I suppose. Even though names are just names, technically, every name would technically not have a gender associated to it. Just it sort of works out that some names seem to be more one gender than the other somehow, and yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I made the mistake of you know reacting against the bullying in that situation and accidentally kicked a friend, and you know uh you know I should have been smarter, but yeah, I was 10, so kids be kids, so yeah, it's just one of those unfortunate mistakes that you know it happened. It's history. I can't really change things. And then there was the mistake that led to the creation of this video, which I do mention it in this part. So again, want to cover it briefly, but it's a bit more of a darker thing. So this is a time to reiterate a point that will technically be iterated later, is that this video will have darker themes, but I implore you to, watch through the whole video because, you'll never beat your fears if you don't face your fears. So please do continue to watch the video. Because even though there are darker themes, I think it's best if you actually watched the video the whole way to see, what I have to say, But, yeah. But yeah, the mistake that led me to this is that late at night, like it was like 1 a.m., like I was in bed, like I was, you know, basically about to sleep. Like I was just, just chilling on my phone, watching like one last, video before going to, sleep. Like I was just chilling, relaxing, you know, it's dead of night. I've turned off my computer. I turned off my light. You know, basically I was, ready to, head to sleep. Like, basically after, finishing the video, if not like one extra video afterwards. But then I started hearing something in the distance, crying and like sobbing and like someone speaking like only faintly at first. At first, like, since it's like down night, it's like, at first it's like, wait, what's going on? Like, you start to ask, go through questions asking, what's going on, like, you know, the questions, start to trickle into your mind. But, yeah, eventually, it starts to get closer and closer, so I like, stop what I'm doing, you know, you know, to listen in to what's, going on and, I hear, the crying and like it was a lady like speaking to herself. I couldn't exactly tell whatever she was saying, like, and eventually it, gets loud enough that I can tell it's like somewhere, outside, either like on my side of the street or the other side of the street. I couldn't tell because, yeah, again, I was like lying in bed. So, yeah, but I felt like extremely like, you know, guilty afterwards because like, one of the things is like, should I call someone? Should I, call, like some of them to, help? Like what should I do? Like it's like, you know, past midnight, I you know, don't particularly, want to like disturb, my parents because, yeah, again, I live with my parents, I'm surprised it didn't wake them up. Um, like the crying and, all that didn't wake them up. But, yeah, but I was like, should I call someone? Like, but, I was just, lost on what to do in that moment. Eventually, like, it gets, she passed by, and it gets fainter and fainter till no longer I can hear her. I'm like, I felt guilty for, like, not doing anything. Like, I probably should have done something, like, called someone and done something, but I didn't do anything. So that's definitely a regret and, arguably one of my mistakes. And yeah, it's not fun, you know, hearing someone in pain, and, you know, you could do something, but, you know, like, yeah, it was like nighttime, so I didn't know what to do, and yeah. But definitely next time, hopefully I'll be more prepared to do something, but yeah, it just sucks, and yeah. Yeah. It's one of my mistakes. And the reason why I'm making this video. And that's why, you know, that this one, you know, was a lot closer to when it happened. Like, I did this more on the spot, like that this was like only like a few days like after it happened, where, you know, now it's been, you know, a month since, you know, it happened, so I have no idea what's, you know, happened to that lady, you know. It's been almost, you know, a month and a half, you know. It's been definitely a significant amount of time. So I don't know what happened to that lady. Hopefully she's, you know, doing well. But you never know. You never know. Some things remain a mystery. Like the mystery of, like, if my friend, you know, Tricky said I've talked about before, you know, is dead or alive. You know, I hope they're fine, you know. I hope they're doing well, but you can't know some things, you know. You can't know some things, and that's unfortunate, and yeah. But yeah. But yeah. But yeah. I think this will do for the new bits that I want to add on to It's Hard to Be Human. Obviously, this shows that, you know, it's hard to be human. You know, there's so many contradictions and all that, and, you know, this version, you know, was the version where I thought about things and, you know, tried to cover it with, you know, more thought behind it. Not that I didn't think the first time, just, you know, I don't think, you know, I put enough thought into this version, which, yeah, again, will be part of the video, so this will be like 3-hour video. But yeah, so yeah, I'll let past me, I guess, do the talking now for the video. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue on with whatever I do for the rest of this stream. But yeah, just be kind, be good people, you know. Just be good, you know. You don't have to be perfect, just be kind. Don't argue with, like, people. It never results in anything, you know. Have a constructive argument, not argument. But yeah, yeah. I think that's everything I talked about, you know. Duality of, you know, people, you know, people have good and bad, you know, people can be hypocritical, you know. I talked about a lot of things, you know, and still have a lot to talk about in that other segment that you're about to see in a second, but, you know, but yeah, just be kind. If you want to help out people, charity is probably the best way, you know. Just be kind. It's hard to be human, but we can make it through together. And that there's definitely some things that do cross lines, but if you put in the effort, if you have crossed a red line and you realize that later in life and want to make up for that horrible, like, gross mistake, like if you went past the red line and later sees that, as a mistake and wants to fix it, put in your full genuine effort, because, people can redeem themselves if they put their effort into it. Yeah, like if I ever make a mistake, I'm pretty certain later me will, try and put in the effort and, to, fixing the mistake, And obviously with, the mistakes I've made so far in my life, it's taught me valuable lessons, and I never want to repeat those mistakes, and, want to be better, I want to be strong, and, and be better, but yeah. I think that's, enough for this bit. And yeah, again, this is just my opinion. You can have your own opinions, obviously. Just try and, understand, where I'm coming from. Like, have understanding of, like, how people get to a point. Like, people who don't just start off as bad people, like, there's usually events that lead up to that. Like a baby, hasn't done anything wrong. Like they're just, living through life. Whatever leads them to, be, a criminal or whatever, is because of whatever happens in their life. So, don't just blame people for doing something wrong, like, on its own, like, make certain they learn from, the mistake or whatever, and also relies upon them, sometimes it takes a person themselves to actually put in the effort to learn from the mistake and become, a better person. And yeah. But yeah, I think I'll end this segment, so I'll leave it back to, past me, and yeah. So yeah. But thank you if you have watched this far. I know there's still, going to be, an hour and a half to go in the video. But thank you if you have made it, this far. And yeah, thank you if you do watch through it all. I don't even know if I said there. Well, I probably, did say, but not in this way, watching something that was, this long, because it wasn't as long as it was back then than it is now because of this new segment. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and yeah, see you all, I guess, next time. And yeah, leaving up to past me now. Take it away, I guess, past me. I am now going to, stop the recording. Let it go back to Gmod one last time. That way it should be a more seamless transition between it. Anyway, peace. And yeah, back to past me now. Hello, welcome to this video, which is a sequel to It's Okay to Be Human, which is It's Hard to Be Human, the sequel, and this one's going to be a darker video, more on the dark side of things than It's Okay to Be Human video. So this video will definitely have dark themes, probably mentioning suicide and other things, but I would ask you to stay even if you do not like these themes, because that's the point of this video, is to face fear, face, the bad days. Like, it's hard to be human, but that there are ways to be okay with existing life. But before we get into it, I will recap the original video very briefly for those who have not watched the original, which was It's Okay to Be Human. So in that video, I mentioned my mistakes of leaving my friends such as Elsie, X-Gene, and Joker. So I made the same mistake 3 times in 3 different ways. One was ignorance, I suppose. One was fear, and one was impatience. So for Elsie, it was ignorance, and I should have continued to be friends with her, even if I was like friends with Daniel, my other friend at the time. Like, you can have more than like one group of friends, which I know that very well now, but past me didn't know that. 10-year-old me never thought of that as a possibility. And yeah, I'm regretful that past me couldn't even see that. But yeah, again, nothing can be done. All I can hope for is that some of the people that I failed see this video eventually and know that I am sorry. And yeah, for X-Gene, it was fear not of X-Gene. X-Gene was fine, but fear of reality, fear of the real life, beginning an actual proper life, because it was just at the end of high school for me. I was afraid of what would come in the next years of my life. As it's hard to get a job, work. There's so many factors in life that kind of can make you afraid at times, and I was afraid, and I ran from X-Gene because I heard from them how bad their life was. So I ran because I just couldn't cope with the negativity. Like, I didn't want to hear it, so I just left them, even though I should have been there for them as a friend. But I ran because I couldn't face reality, and it took me having like other experiences in VR chat to mature and, face my fears. Yeah, again, like this video is going to be about facing fears, facing, I guess, the darkness, but also, accepting it. Like, the dark's always going to be there, but you just gotta learn to accept it and make it part of you, even if you don't want it. It's like, you just have to accept the facts sometimes. But yeah, I regret failing X Gene. And then lastly, Joker, which was my impatience with them not understanding that, like, it was a joke. I don't have a second brother. I also was getting tired of Among Us yet again. Yeah, haha, Among Us. It was 2020. But if they couldn't understand, like, after me, repeatedly, multiple times, like, trying to finally tell the truth, like, hey, I don't have a brother, then, like, Joker may have not been mature enough. Like, yeah, again, Among Us players can be, pretty young. I don't think he was, a child, but like he was probably, still a young teenager, and like, yeah, so I definitely have less regrets over Joker, like leaving Joker as a friend, mainly just because they probably were younger than me. Like at the time, like 2020, I was 18, now I'm 21. But yeah, like I'm 18, they were probably like, if I had to guess, so soon, probably 13 or 14. Like, they probably didn't have the maturity to get, like, once I started being serious and no longer doing the joke bit, like, hi, I have a brother. Once I was serious, like, trying to tell them multiple times, like, seriously, like, hey, I don't have a brother. Like, if they couldn't get that, they probably weren't yet mature enough. So yeah. So yeah. So yeah. By now they're probably like, if they were 13, 14 back then, they're probably like 3 years. So 16, 17. So yeah. Yeah. By this point, hopefully wherever Joker is in their life, hopefully should be more, mature and, you know, hopefully can get when things are a joke and when things are not a joke, when it's, actual serious, when the bit stops and, it's no longer a funny gag and it's like, hey, seriously, I do not have a brother. And try to reiterate that, like, several times, yet they don't listen. So at that point, I gave up and move on to, VR chat. So I guess, there's a lot less regrets there because it led me to where I would be now. I wouldn't be where I am now without VR chat. So, yeah. But I'm still, sorry for my impatience, but also, like, I can't change the maturity of someone. That's up to, themselves. So, yeah. Anyway, and yeah. And the other thing in that video, it's okay to be human, I briefly mentioned about the time where I I was, being a young child and being, unintentionally, sexist, like the kid sort of sexism where it's like, I don't want to be a girl, or, I don't want a girl's name, you know, how young boys are sometimes, like, I don't want to be like the girls, like, the unintentional, like, kind of sexism, like, you know, not really understanding, how the opposite sex, works, and, you know, being a ignorant child, so yeah, people called me Sabrina when, my actual name is, yeah, again, Sebastian, and, yeah, I was like, I'm being bullied by a bunch of people saying a name at the time. I didn't want to be called because I was, yeah, again, ignorant. Um, and I accidentally kicked a friend. So, yeah, not fun. And yeah, I definitely regret not having the maturity I have now then, but then again, I was a child, like I was like 10, so, I really didn't have, maturity yet, and yeah. And, it's also kind of their fault as well because, once it became, a big group, annoying me, it became, it kind of, becomes a problem, like once it escalates to, that point, like, there's bound to be a reaction. Unfortunately, the reaction I took, like, I eventually started kicking around, and I kicked a friend who just happened to be, caught in the crossfires. So yeah, um, yeah, not fun. And this is why if I do ever have like kids, I'm gonna try and, make them educated so they don't repeat the same mistakes I did. So they're aware of, if it's, a boy, girls aren't that different, or if it's a girl, boys aren't that different, And yeah, or, also non binary, but that usually doesn't happen with children, at least not currently, as far as I'm aware. Um, um, Usually that's something you more discover, you know, teenage years, like your gender identity. Like, I was born a male, I identify as a male, but maybe I am like slightly, gender fluid with that one dream where I was a female, the Rebecca dream, which I turned into a video. And yeah, you can watch that if you want. But yeah, it did, make me ask the question like, am, am I like kind of gender fluid? Like, yeah, I mainly identify as male, but it's like, is there a part of me that's, you know, fine with, being female? Which I guess the answer would be yes, because, yeah, um, I'm cool with all that stuff, even though sometimes it's hard to keep track with, all the, LGTB, stuff, all the different sexualities and how you identify yourself. And there's a lot of complexity and nuance to that stuff. And yeah, it definitely it's interesting to see like how it all works and like, but it's hard to wrap your head around all the different terms because there's so many different ones. So I'm definitely cool with it. It's just hard for me sometimes, hard to understand, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with not understanding. Like, as long as you try to understand, like, you're probably doing better than those who actively, belittle those sort of people and be extremely mean and rude to people that identify as that, and it's just horrible sometimes. Which, I guess this is a nice segue into the actual video of It's Hard to Be Human. So, I guess since we're on the topic of LGBTQ, let's start with that. So now this is the point of the video where it gets serious. So if you haven't clicked off by this point, you probably want to be here. So yeah, and yeah, again, I implore you to stay to watch the whole video because this is about facing, the bad parts of life. But back on topic. So it's hard being a part of, that minority or any minority, like, if you're like black, Asian, or the, like neurodivergent things. That's how it's referred to, neurodivergent, like autism. Like I have autism, ADHD, other ones like dyslexia, and all sorts of stuff. And there's so many other different minorities, and there's so many different things, different cultures, different identities, different things you can be a part of. So, yeah. Um, uh, um, yeah. There's a lot of nuance, and usually, people from different, um, you know, minorities, get discriminated for different reasons. Like, if you're like black or like Mexican or like Asian or one of those like groups, you get a lot of racism and, like a lot of racism is like thrown towards you. Like it's not fun, and yeah, again, it makes it hard to be human when other humans hate you for no real reason, and like other ones like neurodivergent, sometimes get called the R word, and also there's also the opposite misconception where you know some people think autism are like super smart people, which isn't always the case. Like it's only some that can have like insane level of thinking in certain aspects, but it also creates the stereotype of like autism is super smart, and like that can be very bad because of expectations. That's the main reason it's bad, is expectations. Like that means like if the parents aren't educated and have a autistic kid, then they'll assume with that stereotype that they're going to be super smart, and when they eventually don't meet those expectations, the parents will just be disappointed. Just you know ruins life. Stereotypes just are really bad. Like all stereotypes start from somewhere in truth. Like Karen sucks. Like, and there's been multiple cases of where you see Karens that suck, but that's probably just a minority of Karens, not the overall majority. It's usually a vocal minority that spreads the stereotype, kind of like feminism, like the feminists, because the stereotype is feminists are men haters, and the that's because the vocal minority, it's the minority that ruins it for the majority. Like, so sometimes being a part of a minority can be bad if you're a minority that is a part of a bigger issue, such as being one of those feminists that just don't really actually think about how the balance of everything works, because there's so many complexities to life. It's not just like men have all the power, like men bad, that's very simplistic way to look at things. There's so many complexities to life, with different businesses, races, cultures. There's so much complexity that's it's not so easy to simplify as that. I do agree that probably men still probably do have a majority of power, thanks to how history's, played out. Yet again, another probably important factor of why life is hard is history itself, because, humans like to fight a lot, and we've done a lot of awful things, like, had slaves and stuff, and, other horrible stuff, war crimes sort of stuff. You know, Humans will always have the base inflict instinct, not inflict, of conflict. Um, there will always be conflict. Like, there's always going to be a good and a bad part to everyone. Like, I definitely, self-reflect on that, like, a lot. And I've heard my inner thoughts, and my inner thoughts suck, man. The inner thoughts of me can sometimes be like, that may be a bit too far into me, like, I get how you created this really awful joke that's kind of, racist or something else, but enemy, please, no. Don't. Just don't. Like, there's always going to be light and dark. Like, I definitely understand that very well. Like, there's always going to be light and dark. There's always going to be good and bad. But you gotta try and be the better person, because it just makes things better for everyone. If you try to be a good person and live a good life, it just makes it easier for everyone. Like, being hateful for no reason towards different minorities and all that, it's just, it's pointless. It's literally pointless. And yeah, like, as much as, I dislike, those people causing the problems, I can sort of like understand how it may have begun, because those people who are, the problem makers probably had a problematic life in some way, either through, abusive parents, or, they just were born into unfortunate situations, and eventually it leads them down to the path where they are. Like, I can understand how, a crazy person comes crazy. Like, I'm kind of crazy, but I've managed to keep myself mentally intact despite my insanity. But it's very easy for some people to just snap and be insane. Like, there's a lot of stress in the world, and I can sort of understand how people end up being racist or sexist or whatever. Like, it all stems from long histories of conflict, or many other things. Like, it's like stems from the past. I can understand even like the worst people to a certain degree, like Hitler. Like, probably in his mind, like, he saw, like Germans as, superior because of, cultural bias. And, you're always going to have biases as a person, even down to, base instincts, like, like, you know, sexual stuff, it all stems from like evolution or something, within our instincts. So even to agree, even though these are some of the most disgusting people on earth, pedophiles, like I can, relatively understand where it comes from. It's probably, base desire to, reproduce, just, them as, pedophiles have no control. They have literally no control, like um like that, or not exuding control that then that they should, because it's wrong, but they don't. So yeah, even though, again, I want to preface this, I really think that, disgusting for what they've done, I can understand. I can see the other side of the coin. Like, there's always going to be both sides. Life is full of contradictions, and that's why life is hard. And it'll be hard to be human because of all the contradictions. Human beings will, no matter what, be, hypocrites. Like, I bet I've said something hypocritical at some point because we change our mind. We're always changing because of, many different conflicts, and like we're always changing. Everything always changes over time. So we as people, change, and while our opinion may have been once, changes. Like, for example, like let's just do like a random example, like just off the top of the head. Like, imagine if I said I didn't like chicken. For whatever reason, I didn't like chicken, and then changed my mind to I like chicken. Like, that could be, seen as, hypocritical. Like, but you said before you didn't like chicken. But I like eventually came around to the idea, and I could eventually return back to the original idea at some point. But yeah, like in that case, I would be, a hypocrite. Yeah, again, this is a very basic, like surface level example, but yeah, it happens a lot. People being hypocrites, and it will always happen. It will always happen. And but yeah, another thing I think that would be important is, honesty and, you know, understanding. I think if like people just were honest about things, and like like and understood other people, and like I think understanding can go a long way, because once you understand things more, You can see the different, sides of an argument. Like, I'm definitely someone who would be in the middle of an argument because I don't really particularly have any side. Like, I'll probably lean to whatever I believe to be morally good or like, you know, um, like, like, whatever, like, I'll probably lean to whatever side I'll think is better, but I can see, both sides of the argument. There is always a reason, like, you know, things exist as they exist. Like, there's always two sides. Like, there's always, like, the good with the bad. It's always going to be this way, but we can try and improve as people and, you know, like try to be kind and understanding to others and yeah. So yeah. So yeah. It can be, hard to be human, especially on days where nothing's going right, especially on days where, you've lost someone, like family members, friends, pets. It's never fun. But, we gotta try and be, kind and understanding and not lash out and, you know, not cause more pain. Like, pain only creates more pain. You gotta use that pain for something better, like how I lost, you know, Rogers, the group, for a long time, and I was in pain, but I created Michael. Well, Michael was already created, but I created Michael's universe. I created a whole story out of that pain. Like, that pain created my passion. Like, pain can be switched into something more constructive if you just try hard enough. If you really just try, you can, you know, turn that pain into pleasure. Like you can turn a bad thing around if you try hard enough. And I guess I'm lucky because I never thought I would be where I am now with Riku and Blue finally a part of the group again. They haven't done any RPs as the time of recording this, but hopefully, eventually they'll be back in one of the RPs, so it'll be nice to, do stuff with them again, or actually do stuff like the old days. It'll never be the same as the old days. Unfortunately, that like magic will forever be lost. But at least part of it, even if it's just a fragment, can survive. So yeah. So it's, yeah, like losing people, losing things is not fun, but it doesn't mean you have to, you know, be angry. Like it's just better for everyone if you try to be a good person. I know it's not always possible, but at least try. It could make a world of difference. And yeah, but yeah, there's so much that makes it hard to be human. There's so many nuances and all that. Another thing that sometimes happens is, suicide, people taking their lives because they can no longer cope with, you know, all the stress. It all balls up and they just can't take it anymore. And it's just sad to know that some people, will do that, even though people should live on, even though it may be bad. Like, we only have probably one life, so you might as well live it. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. And yeah, again, there's my friend Trickyster. Yeah, again, I'm not certain on if he did or did not commit suicide. It's a Schrodinger's cat situation. But I hope if he is alive that he's doing okay. And if he is dead, well, then there's nothing that can be done. And that's just unfortunate. So, yeah. And, yeah. I guess a topic I want to briefly talk about is, life in general, like the meaning of life, which technically there's no one true meaning. It's up to interpretation. Like my interpretation is before light or matter or anything, there was just darkness. Empty darkness forever. No sound, no nothing. Nothing with feeling or anything. It was empty. Purely empty. Just black. And nothing could even comprehend that just empty black silence. But then life came along, like out of nowhere, like that's my belief, that just poof into existence, defied expectations, and yeah, in a way, life is a anomaly. It never really was supposed to exist. At least maybe not here. Another sort of belief that I have thought about is, if there's infinite darkness, yeah, again, with there always seeming to be an opposite side of the coin, or if there's a world of infinite light, infinite majesty, infinite energy and stuff, one that is quite the opposite of our world. Like, our world is the one where, it was basically empty until it was not. And we have black holes, things that suck in stuff, but where do they go out? Which is where there's a theoretical white hole where only matter can exit it. So maybe the white holes are in that energy realm, that realm of infinite matter and energy. So anything that falls into a black hole might just end up, you know, ending up in that infinite energy world. So there may just be the opposite. But yeah, um, as far as I see it, life and light and all that existence is an anomaly here in this half, and if there is another half, I guess then emptiness would be the anomaly in that world. Like, I guess if there are black holes there, it would be probably less common than the theoretical white holes, but they probably do exist. But seeing that black holes, you know, funnel to that universe, maybe black holes there only funnel back, which is probably why we've never found a white hole, but maybe there are, in some cases, incredibly rarely a white hole here. So yeah. But that's just how I see things, like two parallel worlds, or just one. But yeah, I mean, there's many other interpretations of the meaning of life. I do like my friend Kim's version of life, where it's an artistic thing, like it's an artist piece, which I agree to an extent with, like I do believe our multiverse potentially may be represented in another multiverse, either as a book, movie, TV show, film, gaming, whatever. Did I already say film? I don't know. But yeah, our universe could be many things. It could literally be a painting in a different part of the multiverse. So I do agree with that, but with like how my beliefs, work, I do believe that we're artistic in other places, but the overall structure and foundation of our world is, the emptiness. And there might just be the opposite out there somewhere, but how would we reach it would be the question. So, yeah. But yeah, in terms of meaning of life, like what happens after, we die, like that's a whole nother thing. Like, is there an afterlife? Is there, you know, different, like, things like heaven and hell and limbo and all the other different versions of the afterlife? And I really hope there is, because I certainly want to continue on beyond death and don't want to be in the void, because I'd rather be alive and feel something, even if that something is pain. Like, I'd rather feel something than nothing, just to know that I'm alive and, I'm still, like, around, it is what I want. But, yeah. So if there is no afterlife, boy, I will make an afterlife. I will defy death itself if all there is just death, no afterlife. I will defy death just to make it. And then there's also questions like, is there a God or not? Like, there may be, gods, beings of extreme power, but is there one true God? Which it's hard to answer. And yeah, again, that we'll be probably theorizing forever on that. But yeah. So yeah. And that's why with everything after death being uncertain, it's like, as far as I can tell, there's only going to be one life, so live it well. And yeah, just be kind and understanding because, everyone struggles through life. There's so many different things going on. A lot of it is, human stuff because we had to do something to occupy our time, so we create so many different things as, a way to live our life. But we, well, never fully understand things. And yeah. And yeah. So it's hard to be human, but just try and be kind. Be kind. And yeah. There's so many things, and yeah, like I don't hate anyone because I understand how people may become how they are. I might, dislike them or, think they're potentially disgusting for the things they've done, but I also see the other side of the coin and understand how they may have gone to that point. And yeah, just be understanding and kind. Give people a second chance if you didn't like them the first time. Try and see their point of view. Try and understand the world. And just try and be the better person or human, try and rise above all the corruption and hate and ignorance and all the just goop that is humanity. Try and be good. You don't have to be the best, just try. You may fail, but then try again. Learn. Become better. And yeah. There's so much, yeah, no, I'm not against, any of the groups, I've mentioned, in particular, I'm just stating the points as I see them, like vocal minorities probably aren't great for the majority and also not great for the issues that they're trying to solve. That's why I mention feminists, they're very, vocal minority that's ultimately, ruined the pure concept of, feminism, which is to, have, equal rights. Equal rights for, females, which I'm totally on board. I would definitely say, I'd probably be a feminist. But if it wasn't for, the negative connotations, around the word thanks to the vocal minority, like, then, you know, I probably more actively say, you know, I'm down to help. I'm down to help, kind of like another thing, trans rights, like, there should be better rights, trans people, like, what's wrong with switching gender? Like, seriously, like, I did that in a dream, and that was interesting. Like, like, even though, yeah, again, since I'm not female, I haven't dealt with other stuff like periods and all that. But you know, I, you know, do understand. So yeah, what's wrong with changing gender? Yes, sure, there's some people that do it for the wrong reasons, like, and usually it probably would be majority of, you know, for males doing the wrong thing, like, oh, what if I change gender just to get into the female locker rooms? That there's always going to be, disgusting people like that will do that sort of thing because they're like, I can outsmart the system here and use this to my advantage. But, like, there are those who genuinely are uncomfortable with their gender. I wonder how many females, when they change to male, do it for the wrong reasons. Like, you always hear about, the males, but what about when it comes to, females, like, doing it for the wrong reasons? That'd be something I may eventually look into. That's interesting, like, seeing, the opposite side. Yeah, again, I'm very dual minded. Like, I have two sides. Me that would be, sympathetic or empathetic to one side, and me that'll be, sympathetic or empathetic to the other side. Like, I will understand, both sides, even if I don't always agree with that side. I can see its point. I can see that it has valid reasons for it because life is, always pros and cons. I can't speak. Pros and cons. There we are. But yeah, like, I'll always be able to see like things. So yeah, but yeah, there definitely should be better trans rights, and despite as much as like I like might like be like cool trans rights, there's also like the other side that do have some fair points, like if you have transitioned, like not all the females you know like or males may be comfortable with you being in their locker room like after you switch. So there probably should be a, you know, like a non-binary, like locker room, bathroom, whatever, you know, like a, a, a specific, like, thing for, you know, those who do not follow, you know, the standard of um, either just pure male or female, because it is definitely something that, you know, some people would be uncomfortable with. Like, if you were a dude who became, you know, a chick, and like you still have, you know, your thing, the 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 P, um, yeah, you still have your, you know, P, uh, the big boy capital P itself. Like, some women will be probably uncomfortable to see that. So there should be, you know, a third option for things. So, you know, there's equality, you know, like there's, you know, light, darkness, and gray. Three things, you know. There's always going to be one side and the other side, but there's also, you know, the middle ground, the gray area, the fluid in between, which is very fitting for, you know, gender fluidity, like, and it relates to many other things as well, like if you're religious, you know, you believe in heaven and hell, potentially, depending on, you know, the religion, but, you know, like, you're, that there's three worlds: the perfect world, the middle average world, and then hell, the sucky world. So, three worlds, three choices. There's, you know, hot, and then there's cold, but in the middle is, you know, everything in between, you know, warm and cool. And yeah, also for like, even with like three worlds, like reality, the fictional fantasy world, and then the online space. Kind of like what Kim did. My friend Kim Oneko, check out Kim. I'll link them in the description of the video, but they created a literal series called Three Worlds, where it was, you know, the real world, the virtual world, and the fantasy world. So, you know, three worlds, three states of being. Like, one's, you know, real, one's, you know, fantasy, the fiction, the not real, and then there's like the internet and online being that sort of intermediary where it's like kind of real life, but also like a lot of stuff going on in the internet, like a lot of stories being told, like my story of Michael, my character. So yeah, technically there's, you know, two sides to an argument, but there's also the grey. So there's always three things, always three worlds, always seemingly three, like, you know, yeah. So when it comes to life, yeah, it tends to seemingly work in, you know, threes, you know, very common, like the rule of three, or like other things. I mean, there's other things, you know, sometimes it's just one and done, sometimes two is better than, you know, one, so, double trouble. There's also, four, like a, a squad size, or, other things with four. Um, you know, each number has its own, meanings. Like four can also mean death. So, yeah, um, where like, five, also five's my favorite number. You know, five's like a pretty solid number. It doesn't have much meaning, but, you know, it's a solid number. Um, then there's like six, having relations to, 666, the, mark of the devil, you know, satanic. Then there's seven, considered to be, a lucky number. Then there's eight, which, if you turn it on its side, it's, infinite. The infinity symbol, never ending. So it's probably the reason why the number eight was probably used in um, the Stanley Parable. It's probably, the representation of, a never ending cycle, a never ending loop, the infinite, spiral. You always end up back to the same point sooner or later. Everything continues the loop, which means even if humanity, improves, it always could, go back the opposite way and be bad again. And that's why it can be hard to be human at times, because, the cycle is always changing. The number nine's not particularly special. It's just, six, but, reversed, upside down. Nine is, yeah. And obviously zero is zero, the absence of things, absolute nothing, which is, how I believe our, universe existence operates. The base foundation, I think, was empty silence before we came along. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah. Anyway, I think it's time to do a story on why I finally decided to do this video, because I've had this idea since, like, basically around the same time It's Okay to Be Human was either recorded or streamed. I don't remember which it was. And if it was streamed, it would have been back on Twitch. So that stream's long gone. Yeah. I had this idea ever since basically sometime around the release of that first video, It's Okay to Be Human video. And I never really did the idea because I was like, I don't feel like doing it right now, and I probably should give it some time in between. And I'll probably figure out when's the best time to do it, just depending on fate, I suppose. And that happened. So here is the story. It's not a long story, but it's kind of sad. And yeah, again, I always feel guilty when people are in pain. But anyway, so it was like the middle of the night. I was, you about to go to sleep. Like I had turned off my computer, like, 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 I was just like on my phone at that point in my bed, like lights off, probably going to be going to sleep soon. Like I was just watching like a video. I think I was watching a Ludwig video because I've um, recently, gone into like Ludwig's like content a lot. Um, if you know who Ludwig is, but yeah, I was just watching one of his videos, I believe, and it was late at night, so it was, like probably 1 a.m. Like, like, um, uh, then I hear, crying, like, really, like, well, at first it was quiet, but it was like, as it got closer, it was definitely a lady. I could tell by like the voice, like, um, unless they identify as otherwise, but um, um, yeah, but judging just from voice, it was like a lady. She was crying. She was like talking to herself, like I could barely catch what she was actually saying, but sounded like she was not having a good time. Like, she did not seem okay. And yeah, again, I'm in bed. Like, like listening to like a Ludwig video and like eventually pause it to like be like what's going on, like why is she so sad, like and I don't like get up, one because I'm in bed, two like I don't know her mental state like exactly. I only can tell by the crying and like sobbing and all the words that I'm like I hear the words, but I'm not quite catching exactly what she's saying, even after I pause the video. And by the time like she's closer to my house, and like I feel extremely guilty and feel like I should like call someone, like call like someone, but like what would an ambulance do? Like sure they could help, like, but they aren't like exactly therapists, and like what is a cop going to do? Like so yeah, like and I don't know like any helplines, like proper helpline phone numbers, so like I just pause my video and try to listen in, but I barely catch what she's saying, and I just feel very guilty that I'm not doing anything when I could do something, but like it's late at night and I really don't want to, get up like at the middle of the night. So, yeah, eventually, like, she, like, passes into the distance, eventually, getting faint again, because I think she, like, was walking, down the street. And yeah, it was like just very sad to hear like this poor woman in pain, and I felt very guilty, like I probably should have done something, but yeah, it being late at night, and I probably want to get to bed soon at that point. Like there wasn't really anything that I probably could have done. So yeah, I'm just hoping that she found like help, or I don't know. It didn't sound good, and yeah, it is the very reason I'm making this video now. It's hard to be human because, life's hard. It's never easy. Like, things will be sometimes very, very horrible, but that's life, and sometimes you gotta live through it. You gotta live through the mistakes and try and be a good person, and like, I definitely won't lose the guilt of that mistake. That can be added on to my list of mistakes. So that brings it up to at least 5 mistakes. The 3 friends I failed, and that, incident where I was, a young kid, and now this. But yeah, maybe next time, like, if I hear it again, maybe next time I'll do something. But yeah, it's definitely a regrettable mistake. But yeah, try and be kind to people. Try and be, good to people. That's all I really want, is kindness and understanding. Like that's really the point of this video, is like to promote that, and like also cover some of the things I didn't cover in the last one. It's okay to be human video. Yeah, again, if you haven't seen the original, I highly recommend watching it because it had its own things to it. But yeah, this one's just purely for the hardships of life, and yeah, it's hard. There's so much to life, so many complexities, but try and stick through it. Like it's hard, but it's worth the effort to, you know, go through hell for something better, to go through the pain for something better, or to turn your pain into something creative, like the pain of losing Rogers and, that group as it was before, that pain became my passion, of doing my characters, Michael and Jimmy. It, ignited that spark. It ignited that, like dream goal, like that I could potentially, do something good with, my random story, even though it's very random and sometimes may not make the most sense, but there's meaning behind it all. Like, there's, you know, deeper meaning to like my story, its core is, Rogers. Rogers was the original foundation, but it has spread to so much more than just that. It bloomed from that point, and who knows if it would have ever been the same if I didn't suffer that loss, if I didn't like go through that pain. Would I be the same person I am now? Would I have grown to be a better person through my like 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 without those mistakes and stuff? Would I be the person I am now? Would I be the person without the pain and all that? So despite as bad as pain can be, and it can hurt a lot sometimes. Sometimes you need it to grow, to make yourself stronger, to go through the pain, to become a better person, and try your best to not repeat the same mistakes again, and try and be better. So hopefully when it comes to next time, hopefully maybe I can do something if I hear someone crying out in the streets next time. Maybe next time I'll be more, active and like actively look up like a helpline or something, and yeah, do an actual good thing rather than just, be there in my bed and do nothing. So yeah. But yeah. Yeah. I think that really sums it up. Just be kind, be understanding, and just learn. Yeah, again, linking back to my original video, it's okay to be human, but it's also hard to be human. And it takes a lot of effort, but it's worth it. It's worth the effort. Anyway, I think that'll do it for the video. Yeah, again, this was live streamed, so not the end of the live stream, but end of the video. Yeah, because I have other things that I want to do more of my character. As always gonna be, passionate about my characters. And who knows if I would have had the same passion if it wasn't for, Rogers. If it had stayed as it did in the past, like if it was just an occasional thing, would have I done Michael as I did Michael, as I do like Michael now? Like, would have I done the same things without the loss? There would have definitely been a lot of changes if Rogers continued. Like, for one, there wouldn't be the whole alternate timeline. That would have never existed if it wasn't for the loss of Rogers. So there's definite things that would have definitely changed if that, ceased to exist. But yeah, But I'm not here to, theorize how things could have gone or could have not gone. That, yeah, again, this thing is about, you know, being, hopefully a better person, and spreading that message. So, one thing I'll ask you to do if you're watching the video later or the live stream later is to just share it. Just share it, because I think it's an important message to be shared. So, yeah, I really hope this video, at least reaches one person that needs it. Because, yeah, again, it's like that old saying, save one person, you save the world. So, even if you only change one life in your lifetime, that's at least one life you helped. One life you helped make better. So just by sharing it, you're helping, the cause, you're helping, the message, But yeah, I think that's going to be it, because yeah, I don't know what else to cover at this point. So yeah, so final message is be kind, be understanding, try to be your best self. I know life is hard, but you can get through it no matter what. And yeah, thank you all for watching. And yeah, I hope to see you all whenever next. And I'm not certain when I'll do my next serious video. I again had this idea since, it's okay to be human video. I've had this idea for a while, I just never did it. But now I've done it, I'm like, what's next? What will be my next one? I don't know, but I guess fate will decide when I do one of these videos again. But yeah, I thought it was important to do it now, as I think it's important. So yeah, it's either now or never, as that saying goes. You either do it or you don't do it. Do or do not. There is no try, as Star Wars says, You know, you have to commit at some point to doing things. So yeah, I finally committed to doing this so that hopefully it could help. Because, I did the original in hopes that would help as well. The original, It's Okay to Be Human. I did that for the same reason, but there was still ideas that I hadn't covered in that video that I also wanted to talk about. So that's why I did this. Anyway, I could keep talking forever, but yeah, I think it's time to finally end. I know I've said that already a billion times, but yeah, I think this is a good point to end it. So yeah, be kind. you know, it's kind of like the Doctor Who, thing. Be kind and never cowardly. Like, yeah, again, I was a coward, you know, twice for two of my mistakes. It's because of fear. Fear does change all of our choices. It's like that one line from that one Ruby song. Um, I think it's literally called Fear. It's a good song. Fear from volume 7 or 8 of Ruby. It's a good song. Listen to it. But yeah, never be cowardly or cruel, as the Doctor says. Always be kind. Never eat pears. I don't like pears. I agree on the Doctor with that. Never eat pears. Sorry to those pear lovers. I don't like pears. But yeah, and yeah. Fear will always change our choices, but you know, try and overcome fear. That's why at the beginning of this I said, even though I would be covering the topics such as suicide and darker themes, the whole point is to face fear, overcome fear. Like, that's why at the beginning of this I said, even if you don't like those themes, try and overcome your fear to just listen to what I have to say. And yeah. Oh, and yeah. But yeah. I, I'll finally end this. Otherwise, I will literally be doing an outro that goes for who knows how long. So, thank you all for watching. Be kind, be understanding. I know it's not exactly like easy times, but fight through it as it's worth it. Anyway, peace until next time. Hey, I'm back. I forgot one thing. I know I just literally ended a video and it was supposed to be the ending, but I forgot about one thing, which is charity. Like there's many charities out there for many different things. Hopefully when I get big enough, I definitely want to do like charity live streams, like how Markiplier has done, or Jacksepticeye, or PewDiePie, or literally any other YouTuber ever who's done it, do a charity live stream at some point. So yeah, yeah. Charity is definitely another way to help people, with certain things, like if they're in poverty or whatever. And yeah, so yeah, I wanted to mention that even though I literally just ended the video. And yeah, now I've got to end it again, which is kind of awkward. Like, I just ended it and now I'm ending it again, like, because I forgot this. You always forget one thing. That's life, I guess. Like, you always like go through, the checklist of what to do, and there's always that one thing you forget. And this is that one thing, and now I'm abruptly, going to edit this onto the end of the video after, it was such, like a smooth ending, I suppose. But now here's life coming in and making it all janky. Yeah, again, life is filled with contradictions and unexpected things. So yeah, yeah, I I also recommend charity because charity is cool, and hopefully one day I can do something for charity. Because right now I'm only at 200 subscribers at the recording of this, so it probably won't be till probably at least the 1,000 range, once, once I actually am earning money from this, because either the money from the channel is either going to go back into, you know, what I do, or probably to charity, because most likely I'll be doing this and whatever my real life job will be in the future, which I don't even know what will be. Maybe game making, yeah, and doing bachelor game design, but yeah. Anyway, time to finish the ending of the video. So yeah, thank you all for watching again. This video, and yeah, until next time, peace, and yeah, again, be kind, be what else was it, bro, how am I mind blanking at a time like this? This is not the time to mind blank. Be kind, be understanding, and yeah. Thank you all for watching. Until next time, peace. Hello, welcome to the epilogue of the video. So, if you've watched the whole way through, well done. Honestly, it's probably 5 hours at this point. Probably, I honestly am not certain. But yeah, well done on making it through 5 hours. And my incoherentness between all 4 versions, especially in version 4. I mean, I just recorded it and I'm continuing here, and I blabbered way too much, honestly. But yeah, yeah. But as you can see, how I was, how I've changed over the last few months of me making this video. This project has been, a long time coming, and yeah, I'm finally at the end of the road. Finally, somewhat satisfied with it all. So yeah, yeah, it's yeah, and hopefully everything was easy to understand, despite, sometimes my incoherentness. Hopefully, everything I had to say, came across, because, I want this to, yeah, again, help people, but, there's no right way to do things, but there's also no wrong way to do things. So, yeah. Hopefully this video ends up at least helping someone, you know. Hopefully it helps at least one person. And yeah, that's what I really care about. Like, as long as it helps one person, that's all that matters. But yeah, yeah. Honestly, I don't know what to say at the end, like, because at this point I've basically forgotten what I've said in Aeration 1, same as Aeration 2 for the most part, sort of the same for Aeration 3, even if it was the most recent being recorded on, I forgot to check in the beginning, but yet to learn the mystery of that at the end. I guess that's a reward for you if you're stuck out like this far in the video. Like, you get to learn the mystery of when this was originally recorded. So let's see. Well, how come not this, but well, you can see the date is the 20th, so this was recorded on the 20th. But that was recorded on the 5th. It's only been 15 days, and I'm already doing another aeration. I think the gap between each iteration has been coming smaller and smaller because, like, when iteration 1 was recorded, like, between iteration 2, it had been a month. Then it was 4 weeks difference between iteration, well, over a month basically, because I forget exactly, I'll have to watch, because there's iteration 1, it's hard to be human, the video, it's just, let's check. 5th of October, and the actual 5th of October, so yeah. So basically, yeah, over a month's difference between, so almost 2 months difference between iteration, 1 and 2, because, the 5th of October and the 25th is like, yeah, over a month, not quite 2 months, but yeah, like a month and a half difference. But yeah, then it's a 4-week difference, as you can see there. So, and now a 2-week difference, basically. So yeah, slowly but inevitably, like, basically over a month and a half, 4 weeks, 2 weeks, it's been getting slowly closer and closer together exponentially, which is kind of funny because a similar thing happened with is happening with my Doom series, it started with like a gap of like 5 months, then like 3-ish months, or technically 4, like 3 to 4, whatever you classify it. Then it was a gap of 12 days, then a gap of 8 days, and the next one will probably only be a gap of 4 days because I'm probably going to do Michael first, do Michael versus me again, because he already fought the character version of me, but this is like a beefed up version of the character version of me. So that'll be on like the 26th. So yeah, the Michael and Doom one will be on the 28th of March. Yeah, again, my insane schedule that I don't have to really mention again, but just to again show it. Here it is, the insane schedule, 400 plus videos, as I mentioned at the beginning of, this video in iteration 4 that I only recorded like 10 minutes ago. But yeah, as you can see, over 400 scheduled videos. Close to 450, but not quite. And it's definitely probably never going to reach 650 again. That was its peak. But yeah. This video has taken many months, and I want to try and do good. Like, that's my nature. Like, I want to help rather than harm, but who knows if it'll actually have any meaning, or after 4 iterations, I don't know. But I'm hopeful that it helps at least one person, But yeah, if I had a nickel for every time I had to do a project that exponentially got shorter, I have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's funny that, it happened twice, or odd. Isn't it the wording of it odd? That's what Doofenshmirtz says, right? I think so. But yeah. But for me, it's funny. But yeah. This project I've put a lot of heart into, and I hope it is worthwhile. And yeah. But yeah. My final message is just try to be better as a person, Try to be better. Like, that's what I've been trying to do through the iterations, but I don't think I nailed it, the video, and I may never nail it, but at least I tried, At least I gave it, 4 good attempts, 3 was probably enough, but, I guess I wanted to go, that extra mile, because I still felt unsatisfied with, like, things, so I had to do it one more time. So that's why there's, the new beginning part and this ending part, you know. I wanted to try my best. And nothing's ever going to be perfect, but always try and be better, you know. Try and be the best you can be, you know. Like, things never go perfectly, but just try, you know. A little bit hard, you know. And if things are bad, you know, maybe step back, you know. Sometimes, you know, things won't always go your way, but, you know, just, I don't know, like, life is filled with ups and downs, and there's never a straight line, you know. There's definitely no straight line in this video. Like, this video goes literally all over the place and accomplishes seemingly nothing but everything all at once, you know. But yeah, you know, I'm weird, you know. That's just me, you know. But I hope, you know, this, you know, video does some good. And yeah, I'm just trying my best, you know. I try to do my best. That's all I can really ever do. So yeah. Just be kind, because even if, you know, a person seems very angry or, you know, hostile, like, you have no idea what that person's been through. Like, even if a person seems, you know, vile and disgusting, like, just ask the question, you know, how did the person get to this point? And maybe ask them yourselves, like, appearances aren't always everything, you know. Never judge a book by its cover, as the saying goes. So if you're, you know, reading a little bit deeper, you know, you might actually find, you know, that there's someone there crying out for help, just it's in the worst way possible, but they're still crying out for help, you know. And you should, you know, try and help them if possible, you know. Just try and be, you know, a better person. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it here before I keep rambling on forever and ever. And this is definitely gonna make my, you know, SCP Secret Lab movie longer, the Michael the SCP God movie longer, because this video is definitely 5 hours long now. So yeah, I'm gonna do the Michael one for probably even longer, because I definitely want that project to be, you know, a testament to, you know, my story so far, but it's definitely gonna take a long time to do, because it definitely need one long day to record, like, or at least two. But I'll try and get in one. I want to do that because that's what I'm passionate about, you know. Follow your passions, like, even though sometimes, you know, the world, you know, tries to knock you down, you know, like, you might not be able to fully succeed on your passion, like, maybe just try and do your passion a little bit anyway, because if you completely negate your passion, then, you know, then life loses some of its meaning, you know. And, you know, I'm also passionate about, you know, doing this video, you know. I've spent a lot of time, maybe too much time or maybe too little time, it's hard to say. But hopefully I spent enough time on this video. But yeah, I'm gonna stop before I keep rambling, otherwise I'm gonna ramble on forever. The end is never the end, as you know, the Stanley Parable has as its thing, and it's quite fitting to this video because the end really has, like, never come truthfully for this video. But now I'm here at an epilogue. Maybe there's time for an end, you know. I mean, if you think about it, there's a lot of parallels between this video and the Stanley Parable, because you could argue the first iteration of the Stanley Parable was, you know, the mod. Then came the demo, which, you know, is its own separate thing to Stanley Parable, the video game, the original. And I'll get to the Ultra Deluxe in a, you know, second, but yeah, the demo was basically iteration 2. Like, it was overall, you know, a bit shorter than, you know, the mod, but also had its own unique thing going for it. And just like, you know, the mod, the demo is free. The only problem is, you know, that demo is only available on PC because there was never a demo for the Ultra Deluxe, and how could there be? Like, that kind of spoil the surprise of the Ultra Deluxe if there was a demo for it, and the traditional sense of a demo. So yeah, having the only demo being its own separate thing to Stanley Parable, I think was more fitting. But yeah, Stanley Parable 3, no, not 3, there's no Stanley Parable 3, I hope there's a Stanley Parable 3 one day, but, you know, no guarantees. I'm not even certain if there's going to be a Stanley Parable 2, you know. I mean, there technically is within the confines of the Ultra Deluxe, but yeah, I have no idea if there's technically going to be a Stanley Parable 3. I mean, there's technically also, you know, Stanley Parable 3 in the Ultra Deluxe. Technically, every Stanley game there could ever be is in the Ultra Deluxe. The end is truthfully never the end with the Ultra Deluxe. But anyway, I'm going to continue with my analogy and then finally conclude this video. But yeah, the Stanley Parable, the game, not Ultra Deluxe, was iteration 3. And then finally, iteration 4 was the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, which finally gave an epilogue, sort of a true ending to Stanley Parable. And the true ending of Stanley Parable was to make it literally never ending. The end is never the end. It truthfully fulfilled on that tagline that existed in, you know, the, you know, original, you know, full game, the 2013 version. But in that game, you know, technically once you did all the endings and all the achievements, like, what else is there for you to do? There's technically nothing, you know. but you could argue there's a purpose in the Ultra Deluxe if you kept, restarting it and starting it up again, like stopping and starting it over and over again. Technically, you would have a sense of purpose to get to the highest number of the Stanley Parable as possible, even though it'd be basically, technically a meaningless goal. I mean, there's technically some reward in doing that, even if it's a meaningless, repetitive task. Basically the same thing Stanley was doing at the very beginning. Pressing buttons endlessly without meaning. The Stanley Parable's ultimate end with that epilogue is the most fitting ending there could ever be to the Stanley Parable, despite my personal negatives with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Even if I did, enjoy the bucket endings, it isn't what I wanted from, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I was expecting, more new endings, completely new endings, which technically they did do, but, most of them are bucket themed and not actually true and original, truly, new ideas for technically the most part. I mean, some of the bucket endings are really unique, but for the most part, the bucket is technically rehashing the old and, subverting the expectations of the original ending in at least some way, spoiler warnings for the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, but in the freedom ending with the bucket, instead of, being free, even though freedom is, potentially not actually freedom in that ending, because even at the end of the freedom ending, you're still taking controls from the narrator, so technically you're not truthfully free, but beyond the philosophical nature of that version of the freedom ending, the freedom ending with the bucket reverses things, to have an ending with, no freedom. You get stuck in the facility with the bucket for basically, presumably, an eternity, or till Stanley dies. So yeah, that ending, doesn't really add a lot to that ending. It doesn't really do a lot. It did something, but not a lot. Not enough for me. So yeah, I definitely have my own negatives with the Ultra Deluxe, despite, how much I, still love it and still think it's probably the best version of the Stanley Parable. I still want more out of the Ultra Deluxe, which is why I hope eventually there's a Stanley Parable 2, or whatever it may be called. My personal opinion is that there'll probably be, if the Stanley Parable continues in any way, focus on the narrator, finally giving some focus on the narrator, probably called, you know, the narrator parable or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, that may not happen anytime soon. Like, because from what I know from Davey, you know, he'll probably do something else before he even considers returning to, you know, the Stanley Parable anyway. And who knows when he does something technically serious again, if it will be Stanley Parable or if they'll do something else before, you know, doing then again something else before then finally getting to the Stanley Parable sequel of some sort. So yeah, it could be, you know, a decade before, you know, anything new. But yeah, as it stands, the Ultra Deluxe is basically the perfect ending of Stanley and his journey. So yeah, so 4 iterations of, you know, Stanley Parable, 4 iterations of this video. So hopefully this is a perfect conclusion of all the madness and all that. And yeah, but yeah, I think I'll finally cap it off. So yeah, yeah, just do your best, you know. I went on a whole huge tangent from the point of the video, but that just shows, you know, who I am as a person. I'm very passionate about certain things, like, you know, the Stanley Parable. I've loved it since, you know, 2015. It was my first Steam game, you know. I've, you know, it's been, you know, 8 years. 8, just like the Stanley Parable. You know, 8 years, you know, since, you know, I originally played that game, so. And yeah, like when the Ultra Deluxe came out, you know, a year ago, like, I obviously bought it as, like, soon as possible. Like, I was ready, like, I had to play that game as soon as possible. Like, you know, I you know, basically bought it, you know, day one, basically, you know. So yeah, I wanted to, you know, experience it all and see all the different things of, you know, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. But yeah, anyway, enough about Ultra Deluxe. Yeah, but yeah, just hopefully everything will go well, you know, hopefully things will be better in time. And just try to be the best person you can be. But yeah. Yeah. Time to end off this video, so I guess I'll conclude in a normal way. So thank you all for watching. Thank you for watching me ramble for, I'm guessing now, 5.5 hours, because this recording has gone on for half an hour. So, and the first recording was like 26 minutes, so combined together it's like almost an hour. So once I put iteration 4 at the beginning and this epilogue at the end, it'll be like 5.5 hours. God, that means the movie is gonna have to be 6 hours. Oh my God. That or at least 5 hours and 45 minutes. But that feels odd, like that feels like odd, like I don't know why, but like, you know, if I'm gonna have a mega project, you know, 5 hours and 45 minutes feels like an odd amount of time, where 6 hours, it's, complete, solid. Yeah, sure, it would be like slightly over 6 hours, but, still relatively, that, God, I kind of hate myself, but I'm probably going to do it anyway, because I want to push myself, and I want to see if I'm capable of making a cohesive, thing, make something like really long, that cohesive, like just to push myself creatively, It'd be an interesting creative challenge for me. But anyway, let's finally conclude, otherwise I'm going to keep speaking about things. So yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you if you, subscribe. Check out my Twitch if you want to. I'm streaming there usually. Also streaming on YouTube, so, I'm live, here on YouTube as well. But do consider, checking out the Twitch as well, it helps out, yeah. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and yeah, peace, thank you, and yeah, just, be the best person you can be. You don't have to be perfect, just do your best. That's what I've tried to do. But yeah, thank you, and goodbye.